Your Honor, the state has an announcement.
Go ahead, Ms. Janvier.
Yes, we're ready with Mr. Nadaye, Colin Nadaye. I don't know, we might have to push him back out of that room.
All right. Do you have Mr. Mark's case, or is that Ms. Baker?
That's me, Your Honor.
Okay, can I put you in a breakout room with Mr. Marks right quick, and then we'll do both of those? All
Okay.
right, Mr. Marks, I'm gonna put you in breakout room, let's see. Breakout room number 3 with Ms. Janvier. And then I'll see if I can get Mr. Ndaye back to this room. All right, there you go. Mr. Marks, you should get the invitation. Okay, I think he's got it. Okay. All right, Mr. Ndaye.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so hold on just a second. That attorney went into a breakout room with another person. So as soon as they come back, then we'll get both of your cases taken care of, okay?
Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Your Honor, the state has an announcement.
All right, ma'am, I'll hear your announcement on Mr. Ndaye and Mr. Marks.
All right, Your Honor, the state is recommending for Mr. Nadaye to no pros for the note for count 1 for no insurance, and a $100 fine for count 2 for the tag.
Okay. All right, Mr. Ndaye, is that what you wish to do?
Yes, ma'am. No problem.
Okay, raise your right hand for me. You solemnly swear or affirm any testimony that you give in this matter will be true.
I swear.
Mr. Ndaye?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, you can put your hand down. Okay, you're before the court on 2020 CR 025. Ndaye, this is for no tag or expired or invalid tag. You're entering a plea to of guilty to that, and the recommendation is a $100 fine. For the no insurance, that has been no pros per the state's motion. By entering this plea, you give up the right to have a trial by jury or judge. You give up the right to have the state prove your guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. You give up the right to have the presumption of innocence in your favor. You give up the right to confront witnesses, subpoena witnesses, present testimony and evidence on your behalf, to not incriminate yourself or present any testimony or evidence against yourself. And if you're not a United States citizen, a plea of guilty or no contest could negatively impact your immigration status. Do you understand all of these things, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Factual basis, and I have the recommendation already. So factual basis.
All right. Yes, Your Honor. On November 13th, 2019, an officer was dispatched to East Fayetteville Road where two vehicles were stopped. Mr. Ndiaye was vehicle number 2 and cited for no proof of insurance and a vehicle not registered in the state of Georgia.
All right, so Mr. Ndiaye, it's $100 fine, which the surcharges is going to be $150. I can give you, I'm going to give you 30 days in which to pay because you're not at the courthouse, but I can give you up to 60 days to pay without putting you on probation. Did you wish to have more time?
No, I'll pay.
Okay, so Mr. Ndiaye, the last thing, sir, do you have an email address?
Yes, ma'am.
If you can go to the chat function on your computer, do you know how to use chat?
I'll try.
Okay, so Miss Brenda, you're looking for Miss Brenda Castaneda. She's the clerk of court in this courtroom. And when you go to chat, you'll see a blue box that says everyone. Do you see the chat function? It may look like a little cartoon bubble, like a little square.
Yes, everyone, yes.
Okay. Okay, so click on everyone and scroll down to Brenda.
Okay.
Give her your email address. Make sure you check it twice so that we have the proper information. She's going to email you your sentence sheet with the date by which you should pay. Also, there'll be instructions about how to pay online or by phone if you wish to do that instead of coming into the building, okay?
Okay.
All right, thank you, sir. Once you have emailed that, sent that email to Miss Brenda, then you'll be free to go.
Thank you, ma'am.
All right, just remember to pay by the time, the date that your payment is due, and you're free to go at this time. Thank you, Mr. Ndiaye.
Thank you.
Mr. Marks?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, Ms. Janvier, did you have a recommendation on Mr. Marks' case?
Yes, Your Honor. For count 1, driver with the suspended license suspended, $500 fine, 12 months to serve 2 days, credit for time served, balance suspended, and for no license, no price.
All right, is Mr. Marks NOLO eligible?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, all right, so I'm sorry, yeah, I got it. Mr. Marks, raise your right hand for me. You solemnly swear or affirm any testimony you give in this matter will be true?
Yes.
All right, you can put your hand down. So Mr. Marks, you're before the court on 2022 CR 04574 for Marcus Lou Marks. Mr. Marks, excuse me, you are entering a plea of NOLO to count 1, driving on a suspended or revoked license. Count 2 will be no pros per the entering this plea. You give up the right to have a trial by jury or judge. You give up the right to have the state prove your guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. You give up the right to have the presumption of innocence in your favor. You give up the right to confront witnesses, subpoena witnesses, present testimony and evidence on your behalf, to not incriminate yourself or present any testimony or evidence against yourself. And if you're not a United States citizen, a plea of guilty or no contest could negatively impact your immigration status. Do you understand all of these things, sir?
Yes, Your Honor.
Factual basis, and I have the recommendation.
Yes, Your Honor. On November 25th of 2020, the Clayton County Sheriff's Office was conducting a road safety check on 2050 Sullivan Road in Clayton County. Mr. Marks was pulled over. And he provided a Georgia identification card. That ID card came back as a suspended Georgia driver's license. That would conclude the facts, Your Honor.
All right, so Mr. Marks, I'm going to accept your plea of no load to count one. I'll send you to 12 months to serve 2 days credit for time served. Balance will be probated so that you can pay a fine in the amount of $500. And sir, well, let me ask you this. The $500 fine is going to be $737.50 with the surcharges. Do you need probation for that, or can you pay it within 60 days?
Oh, I thought the recommendation was time served. I'm sorry.
Ms. Janvier,
No, Your Honor, it's a $500 fine.
I heard a $500 fine.
And time served. Okay. Yeah, I'll pay it within 30 days. Within, I just have to come up to the courthouse.
Okay, I'll give 60 days just.
I'm sorry, you're breaking up,
in
Your Honor.
case, I'm sorry.
Can you hear her, Ms. Janvier?
Suspended.
Excuse me, Your Honor,
Yeah, you're breaking
your
up.
connection is going in and out. Oh, she actually dropped.
I don't know what better to do. I am actually in the courthouse. So the connection that I have is the connection that's provided to me by the county. Can you all hear me now?
Yes, Your Honor.
Your Honor, that's
All
Yes,
right.
Your
So
Honor.
I'm sorry, Mr. Marks. Thank you. Mr. Marks, as I was saying, it's the balance will be suspended upon payment of the $500.50 with the surcharges, and I'll give you 60 days in which to pay. All I'm asking is that you'll go to the chat function at this time and click on that and send Brenda Castaneda your email address. Once you've done that, let me know. And just make sure that you pay it within the time that you're given on your sentencing sheet.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, just let me know when you're finished.
Oh, I'm done. I'm sorry. I'm done.
Oh, okay. You're free to go at this time, sir. Just make sure you pay it within the 60 days. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Oh, and also there's instructions for paying online or by phone in case you don't want to come back to the courthouse.
Thank you.
All right, Mr. Taylor, are you ready to speak with Ms. McClure and Mr. McCrary?
Yes, Your Honor, but I have a announcement on Ms. Belcher.
Okay,
Ms. Belcher would like to enter a negotiated guilty plea to criminal trespass.
all right. Ms. Belcher, raise your right hand for me. You solemnly swear or affirm any testimony you give in this matter will be true.
I do.
All right, you can put your hand down. You're before the court on Janet Amanda Belcher, 2021 CR 01474. Ms. Belcher, you're before the court for criminal trespass. You're entering a plea of guilty. Your attorney is Mr. Taylor, and he's here with you on the Zoom. By entering a plea of guilty, you give up the right to have a trial by jury or judge. You give up the right to have the state prove your guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. You give up the right to have the presumption of innocence in your favor. You give up the right to confront witnesses, subpoena witnesses, present testimony and evidence on your behalf, to not incriminate yourself or present any testimony or evidence against yourself. And if you're not a United States citizen, a plea of guilty or no contest could negatively impact your immigration status. Do you understand all of these things?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, factual basis and recommendation, please.
Yes, Your Honor. On September 13th of 2020 in Clayton County, Georgia, the defendant did damage a front glass window, the property of Davin Pope, by smashing the window with a hammer. The state is recommending 12 months to serve 1 day. Credit for the time she has already served. Balance will be suspended that she pay a $200 fine and she have no harassing or violent contact with the victim, Davin Pope.
All right, Mr. Taylor, anything on behalf of Ms. Belcher?
Nothing further, Your Honor.
All right, so Ms. Belcher, we met Mr. Pope earlier. Are you and Mr. Pope still involved?
Yes, ma'am. We just had our third child together.
A what?
We just had our third child together.
All right, so I just say this, Ms. Belcher, I don't know the nature of your relationship, but both of y'all ended up here on my calendar. This is what I say. If this is not a relationship that is working out, if you want to maintain the relationship, go get you some counseling so you learn how to communicate. Otherwise, y'all might need to walk away from each other and just be co-parents. Everybody ain't meant to be in a relationship forever. You get me?
Yes,
Because I
ma'am.
just don't feel like a relationship should end you up before a judge, not unless you get married.
Right.
Okay? So
Yes,
think
ma'am.
carefully about that because you just had your third child. What goes on between you and Mr. Pope is what is going to go on with your kids. So you're teaching them how to have a relationship. And if it's bad, they're going to have bad relationships. It is what it is. That's all they'll know.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. So I'm going to accept your plea of guilty. I'll sentence you to 12 months to serve 1 day credit for time served. The balance will be suspended for you to pay a fine in the amount of $200. It's going to be $298 with the surcharges. Can you pay that within 60 days or do you need longer?
I can pay that within 60 days.
All right. So the only thing I'm going to ask you to do now is to send your email address to Miss Brenda. So do you know how to use the chat function?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. So click on the chat function and send her your email address. Make sure you check it twice to make sure we have the correct information. In a day, check your email and that'll be your sentencing sheet. There'll also be instructions on how to pay online or by phone if you don't want to come back down to the courthouse. But please make sure you pay it before the due date because if not, an arrest warrant could issue.
Okay.
All right? Anything
ma'am.
else?
No, ma'am.
Remember what I said about what you are modeling for your children, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, once you send that email, you're free to go.
Okay, I'm sending it now.
Okay. All right, Mr. Taylor, I'll put you in a breakout room with the court, so that you can speak to the two individuals in the courtroom. Ladies and gentlemen, if you're coming in for the 11 o'clock calendar, just hold on. We're finishing up to 10 o'clock and we'll be with you in a moment. Put your full name on the screen so that we'll know how to address you and where to move you. Mr. Taylor, I'm going to put you in breakout room number 1. I'm going to put the courtroom in breakout room number 1 and you can speak with the two individuals there. All right. All right.
Your Honor,
Yes.
can you put me also in the breakout room with the courtroom? I can speak to one of them.
Sure. All right, now, Mr. Bay. So, sir, you have 2 cases before you under the name of DeMarcus Contrail Brown. You have a no license, an invalid registration, and a no tag or expired or invalid tag. And then you have on the second case, you have a failure to have headlights and an obstruction. Miss Janvier, is this your case?
No, Your Honor, this is my case.
Okay, why am I looking at felony on the case ending in 05818? I don't do felonies.
05818. This
Yes,
is, it
ma'am.
only says failure to have headlights on an obstruction.
I have obstruction felony on my calendar.
Let me see. I'm going to check the criminal history, Your Honor. Just give me 1 second.
Okay.
I don't even, Your Honor, I'm gonna have to ask my investigator because to pull a recent one, I don't know why it's listed as a felony.
All right, can we get some information so that Mr. Bay has at least a clue of what's going on with his case?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, so the remaining cases on this calendar are, we're waiting for information on Mr. Bay, also known as Mr. Brown. We're waiting for the attorneys to return from speaking with McClure and McCrary. And that should conclude this calendar, and we'll begin the 11 o'clock calendar in a moment. Ladies and gentlemen, for the 11 o'clock calendar, as soon as the courtroom is back and I can get to the individuals in the courtroom, I'll give you a little bit of information about what's going on, and then we'll address the calendar. For Hickson and Mr. Kendall, do you all have clients on the calendar? Mr. Kendall?
I'm sorry.
Mr. Kendall, Mr. Hickson is your client. Have you had the opportunity to resolve your case with one of the state's attorneys?
No, I haven't, Your Honor, not yet. If I could get in a breakout room, I would
All
appreciate.
right. Ms. Baker or Ms. Janvier, is this your case?
I'm sorry, Your Honor. Could the person repeat their last name?
Hickson, Hickson.
Yes, Your Honor, that is my case.
All right. Let me know when you're ready to go into a breakout room with Mr. Kendall.
Okay, I will. Thank you.
All right.
Excuse me, Your Honor, could we be placed in a breakout room for Mr. Brown case?
Scroll down, the instructor, my assignment, announcement, keep going. Now the announcements for us all. Right below announcements is the class board. Do you see the class board change? It says what? Maybe you just want to maybe open it in a different browser. So we can do that. Okay. Oh, no. Oh, and this.
Excuse me, Judge. Could we be placed in a breakout room with with you and Mr. Brown?
Bay,
Oh, babe, sorry.
I'm sorry, Ms. Baker, what were you asking me?
I was asking for like a bench conference with you to discuss this matter, Mr. Brown.
Mr. Bay? Okay,
Bay.
all right. So 1 second, Mr. Bay, I'm gonna put you and Ms. Baker in a breakout room, okay, with me.
Okay.
Breakout room number 2.
my laptop actually died. I don't have my charger at the moment. Will this be quick, or can I
I'm gonna
file
try
motion?
and make it quick, sir. I'm trying to figure out what's actually the charge so that we're not sitting here with something that we can't handle.
Yeah.
So breakout room number 2, you and Miss, just go to the breakout room real quick.
Oh, me? Oh.
Yeah, you and Mr. Bay. Mr. Bay, you should have gotten the invitation.
Your Honor.
Yes, Mr. Kamani, do you have an announcement?
Yes, Your Honor. I have an announcement from McCreary.
All right, well, let me know.
Yes, Your Honor. For no license count 1, he's going to plead nolo, and traffic violation is going to be dismissed.
All right, and for McClure, do we have an announcement?
Yes, Your Honor. Ms. McClure has a probation violation on Tuesday. If we could continue this case so as to resolve everything in one session.
All right, so Ms. McClure will be continued to the Tuesday calendar for inmates. She can go back with the jail. Mr. McCrary, step up to the podium, raise your right hand for me. You solemnly swear or affirm any testimony you give in this matter will be true.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, you can put your hand down. You're before the court on 2020 CR 06690 for no license and traffic violation. You're represented by Mr. Taylor of the law firm of Lister, Holt and Dennis. He's here with you. So by entering a plea of nolo, you give up on count 1, and count 2 traffic violation will be dismissed. You give up the right to have a trial by jury or judge. You give up the right to have the state prove your guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. You give up the right to have the presumption of innocence in your favor. You give up the right to confront witnesses, subpoena witnesses, present testimony and evidence on your behalf, to not incriminate yourself or present any testimony or evidence against yourself. And if you are not a United States citizen, a plea of guilty or no contest could negatively impact your immigration status. Do you understand all of these things? All right. Factual basis and recommendation, please.
On April 10th of 2020, on Rock Cut Road in Clayton County, Georgia, the defendant was operating a motor vehicle without having a valid driver's license. The state is recommending for count 1 a $300 fine, and for count 2, we will be moving to dismiss.
All right, so Mr. McClure, I'm going to accept your plea of nolo to count 1. I'll send you to pay a fine in the amount of $300. The fine will be $444 and with the surcharges. Sir, do you wish to pay that today or have additional time?
60 days, Your Honor.
All right, so sir, I'm going to give you 60 days in which to pay. You can go down to the second floor right below where you are. When you come back through the double doors into the hallway, go to your left and you'll see the traffic court window. So very important, Mr. McCrary, I see that you have put a cash bond on your case. If you wish, you could, before you go and pay the fines and fees, you can go and get refund of your cash bond at the jail. So you can go and initiate that process first and then go pay the fines and fees. But before you leave the building, just make sure you go down to the second floor and get your paperwork from them, okay? Did you understand that? So first thing, go to the second floor, get your paperwork. You can take that paperwork over to the jail and get refund, start the process of getting refund of your bond. And once you have that, if you want to use the cash bond to pay the fines and fees, you'll have it.
Okay.
All right. So thank you, sir. Don't forget to get your paperwork on the second floor before you leave the courthouse.
Okay.
Thank you. All right. On Mr. Brown / Bay is safe. Mr. Brown's case ending in 2021 CR 02187. That case is going to be continued until December 6th. The case 2021 CR 05818. That case is going to be no pros. And that concludes the calendar for 10 a.m. The 11 o'clock calendar, ladies and gentlemen, each of you is entitled to have an attorney represent you. If you do not have an attorney, I can appoint one to you. You have the option of entering 3 types of pleas today. A not guilty means that you'll have trial I'm sorry, you'll have trial at a later date. So you'll have plenty of time to prepare, either you by yourself or you with an attorney. I do caution you that if you wish to go to trial by yourself, then please understand that I cannot treat you any differently than I treat an attorney who knows the laws of, who knows the rules of procedure and evidence. And so it may be more difficult for you to get evidence admitted to the record of the court. But if you wish to go to trial, the state has the burden of proving the case against you beyond a reasonable doubt. Also, you have the right to remain silent and not issue any evidence or testimony against yourself. With that being said, you do need to show up or a bench warrant will issue. But other than that, you don't have to do anything. But if you wish to challenge the arguments made by the state, or if you wish to enter evidence and testimony on your behalf, you may do that at trial. If you were convicted, the maximum penalty could be up to 12 months in jail, a $5,000 fine, or both per offense. If you felt like you were convicted and the conviction was a mistake, you could appeal that within 30 days of the court's verdict to an appellate court. Those are the rights that come with going to trial. If you enter a plea of guilty and no contest. A guilty plea means that you feel like you're guilty of the offense before the court. Even if you don't agree with every part of the factual basis, you do believe you are guilty of the offense. A nolo plea means that you understand that the state has evidence that they could produce at trial. And if they were to go to trial, you could be convicted. And because of that, you do not wish to contest the evidence, but you wish to conclude your case. So that would be a no contest plea or a nolo plea. A nolo plea has the ability to help you out in certain cases, like traffic offenses, where it may help you avoid points on your license, and it may help you avoid a possible suspension of your license. However, you have to be eligible to use a nolo plea, meaning you haven't used it within the last 5 years for that particular offense. And it is an offense for which a nolo plea can be accepted. We'll let you know on a case-by-case basis. Last 2 things: if you drive for a living, if you have a commercial driver's license, and you have not researched how a plea or a conviction at trial could affect your commercial license, even if this citation was given to you in your personal license, it could still affect your commercial license. If you need time to find that out before you lose the ability to earn a living, then you could enter a plea of not guilty. And while you prepare for trial, you could also research what might happen to your commercial driver's license. And on the date of trial, if you wanted to enter a plea or if you wanted to go to trial, we could do either. All right. And last, if you are under 21 years of age and you have a citation, under 21 drivers have an easier time to get a suspension of your license because it's easier to accrue points on your license, and some offenses will lead to a suspension. So please, if you are under 21, please understand that a NOLO may not work the same way for you. Please let us know if you're an under 21 driver. Okay. All right. So these are the this is the information that I have to provide you today. I'm going to call the calendar, and when I do, if you are not represented by counsel, I'm going to ask you a few questions to see if you wish to represent yourself or if you need an attorney to represent you. If you are represented by counsel, then I need to know that you are here, but I will have your attorney speak on your behalf. Michelle Dior Custis. Michelle Custis. Michelle Dior Custis.
State will request a bench warrant bond forfeiture, Your Honor.
Bench warrant bond forfeiture will be granted. Carlos Ayomedzi Hernandez.
President Court, Your Honor.
All right. Does he need an interpreter or is he fine?
Say again?
Does he need an interpreter or is he good?
He needs an interpreter.
Okay. All right.
I can speak to Mr. Hernandez.
All right.
Hablo Espanol, but we will need the interpreter to actually communicate between him and the court.
Okay.
In a few.
All right, so Mr. Taylor, I'm gonna put, at the appropriate time, I'll put you in a breakout room with Mr. Hernandez to see if he needs an attorney. Mr. Kendall, do you have an announcement for Mr. Hickson?
We
Y'all never
had
got
our
into the
trial.
breakout room?
Yep. We never
Y'all
had.
never got into the breakout room.
Okay, I'm sorry. All right, just give me a moment and I'll reset it. I thought I set it up. Danielle Janae Kisser.
If I could pre-trial with the state on this matter, Your Honor.
All right, Danielle Renee Kisser. Oh, I see Miss Kisser. Kisser? Is it Kisser? Kaiser, okay. I started to say that first and then I thought, oh, it's probably not gonna be that because that's what I thought first. All right, so Mr. Taylor is going to speak with the state on your behalf and then we'll have an announcement on your case, okay? All right. All right, Jeremiah Alexander Lampkin, Ahmad Cruz is the attorney.
That's reset, Judge, to November
I'm
9th.
present, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Lampkin, your attorney had a conflict, I would imagine, and this is reset to November 9th, Ms. Val?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, at 11 a.m.?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, so Mr. Lampkin, thank you for your appearance. Your attorney has filed a conflict, so this case is going to be reset to November 9th at 11 a.m. You'll use the same process to come into court, same Zoom log on, and you'll just be here at 11 a.m. on November 9th, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, thank you, sir. Sharif Ali Nelson.
He's present in court, Your Honor.
All right. Tari LaRon Palmore. Tari LaRon Palmore.
Oh, state will request the bench warrant, Your Honor, and bond forfeiture.
All right, Tari LaRon Palmore. All right. Lakeisha Rhodes.
Yes, Your Honor, if I could pre-trial with the state on this matter.
All right, is Ms. Rhodes here by video?
She was in the call.
Yes, I'm here.
Oh, hey,
Yes,
Ms. Rhodes. All righty. Mr. Taylor's going to speak with the state on your behalf, and then he'll have an announcement, okay? Thank you. Joshua Antonio Rodriguez.
He's present in court, Your Honor.
All right.
Deputy, could you get Mr. Rodriguez's phone number and chat it to me? Please.
Okay.
Raphael Leroy Stokes.
Mr. Stokes will be entering a not guilty plea.
All right, Mr. Stokes, let me see you, please.
Can you see me?
Yes, sir. So, Mr. Stokes, you're before the court on charges that mean you would have had a bond condition when you bonded out from magistrate court. Please make sure you read over the bond conditions that it will say that you are not to have contact with a particular person or persons, or you may not be able to go back to a particular location. Please understand that the court takes that very seriously. And if you were to have contact with those persons, or if you were to go back to that location, you could have your bond revoked and you would have to stay in jail for the remainder of your time until your case is resolved. You could also be charged with additional misdemeanors and possibly a felony punishable by up to 10 years in prison, a $10,000 fine, or both. Do you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
Even if that person or person contacts you, you're to keep a record of it to share with your attorney, but do not respond to that person. Do you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
Even if you and that person have children in common, you're not to have contact. Nobody's to have contact on your behalf. No family member, no social media, no text, no calls, nothing. You understand?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Thank you, sir. You make sure that if anything changes about your contact information, that you keep in touch with your attorney, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Thank you, sir. You're free to go at this time. Ronald Valines.
Yes.
All right. So, am I pronouncing your name correctly?
Valines.
Valines, I'm sorry. Mr. Valines, you're before the court for no license and speeding 11 to 15 over. Sir, do you wish to represent yourself or do you wish to have an attorney to represent you?
I represent myself.
All right, are you over 21?
Yes.
Okay. Who's representing the state on this matter?
Your Honor, Ms. Jean-Pierre.
Okay. Can you tell Mr. Valines what you would recommend on these cases and see if he's NOLO eligible?
Yes, Your Honor. For the no driver's license, a $500 fine, 12 months to serve 2 days. We would give credit for the time already served. The balance would be suspended, and he is NOLO eligible. And for the speeding, $125 fine.
How much for 11 to 5 to 15 over?
At 125.
That's the new rate now? When did y'all go up on your prices?
And Your Honor, you can address the fine.
Because if he came to traffic court arraignment, that'd be a $50 fine. He not even in the reported to your driver services.
Gotcha, Your Honor. We reduced that to $100.
To what?
$50, Your Honor.
Oh, that's what I heard. I'm sorry. I wasn't clear on what I was hearing. Mr. Valines.
Yes,
All
ma'am.
right, so sir, the no license, that's a statutory fine. So that's a $500 fine, but you do have a NOLO plea available to you, which means that your license, if you've gotten it or if you wish to get it straight, it will not further suspend your license, okay? So that's the no license. And the speeding 11 to 15 over would be a $50 fine. With the surcharges, that'll be $83.25. With the surcharges, the $500 fine would be $737.50. But I could give you up to 60 days to pay both fines. If you needed more time, then I could give you more time. Do you understand?
Yes, ma'am. 60
All
days
right.
is fine.
Okay, so raise your right hand for me. You solemnly swear or affirm any testimony you give in this matter will be true.
Yes.
All right, you can put your hand down. So Mr. Valines, you're before the court on 2021 CR 04247 for no license and speeding 11 to 15 over. You're entering a plea of no contest. And by doing so, you give up the right to have a trial by jury or judge. You give up the right to have the state prove your guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. You give up the right to have this presumption of innocence in your favor. You give up the right to confront witnesses, subpoena witnesses, present testimony and evidence on your behalf, to not incriminate yourself or present any testimony or evidence against yourself. And if you're not a United States citizen, a plea of guilty or no contest could negatively impact your immigration status. Do you understand all of these things?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, factual basis and recommendation.
Yes, Your Honor. On October 27th, 2020, the Clayton County Sheriff's Office was conducting a safety speed enforcement on Clark Howell in Clayton County. Mr. Valines' vehicle was stopped. He had a speed of 80 miles in a 65-mile-per-hour zone. When he was asked for his driver's license, he provided his Georgia State ID card. He advised he did not have a driver's license, and through the NCIC check, it was confirmed that Mr. Valines did not have a state license.
All right. All right. So, Mr. Valines, I'm going to accept your plea of no contest to counts 1 and 2. I'll sentence you to 12 months to serve 2 days, credit for time served, balance suspended so that you can pay a fine in the amount of $500 on count 1. Count 2 is a fine in the amount of $50. Both of them carry surcharges, as I've explained. I'll run count 2 concurrent with count 1. You'll have 60 days in which to pay. And sir, get your license straight, okay? It's
Yes,
much
ma'am.
cheaper to drive with a license than without one. We clear?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Thank you, sir. All
No
right.
problem.
So the last I'm going to ask you to do, Mr. Valines, is to go to the chat function. You're going to send your email address to Miss Brenda Castaneda.
Okay.
Do you know how to use the chat function?
No, ma'am, I've never used it before.
Okay, do you see a little square that says chat, or do you see 3 dots next to your name on the screen?
I see the 3 dots for more.
Yeah, click on
Yes,
that.
ma'am. Okay. Okay, I see chat. Yes,
Okay,
ma'am.
click on chat. When you see chat, when you go into chat, you should see a blue everyone.
Yes, ma'am.
Click on that and you'll see a pull down menu, and the name you want to click on is Brenda Castaneda.
Okay.
All right.
And
Send Miss
what?
Brenda your email address. Make sure you're very careful about how you spell it out. Miss Baker and Mr. Kendall, you're in breakout room number 4, I think, or 3 or 4, one of them.
All
You should
right,
have
thank
the
you, Judge.
All right.
Yes.
All right. So once you're finished with that, Mr. Valage, you're free to go.
Okay, thank you.
You're just make sure you pay it on or before the 60th day. Asante Zara Younge.
She's present.
All right. You're represented by attorney, is it Taylor or Kamani?
It's Taylor, Your Honor.
Okay.
Mr. Young, could you give your cell phone number to the deputy?
All right. So Ms. Baker and Mr. Kendall are in the breakout room. So Custis is a bench warrant bond forfeiture. Hernandez is Ms. Bermudez is in the breakout room. I'm sorry, she's in the courtroom.
I just wanted to let you know, Judge, but I wasn't.
And Mr. Taylor, do you wish for me to put you in the courtroom with Mr. Hernandez and Mr. Nelson? I think Mr. Nelson doesn't need an attorney, but we'll talk to him. And
1 second.
Rodriguez?
I think it would be more productive to just have the breakout with the state first, because there's a couple of those people in the courtroom that I still need incident report and accusation on.
So I'll put you in a breakout room with Miss Janvier. That is going to be breakout room number 3. Mr. Kamani, did you need anything? Did you need to be placed in a breakout room with anyone?
Yes, Your Honor, you can place me in the breakout room with Ms. Janvier as well.
Okay.
And then I can go in the courtroom and share it with
All right. That's gonna be breakout room number 3. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, while the attorneys are speaking, please just mute your device and we'll be back to you as soon as we have some announcements.
Nelson. Your Honor, Mr. Nelson has a brief announcement, if you'd be inclined to hear it.
Your Honor,
Yes, Mr. Kamani?
can you put me in a breakout room with the courtroom so I can speak to Nelson Sharif?
Yes. All right. Mr. Kamani, I'm putting you in breakout room number 2. I'm sorry, number 1. And the courtroom is already in breakout room number 1. Mr. Taylor is still in the breakout room, so he must be talking to somebody on the phone.
Right.
And Mr. Kendall and Ms. Baker are still in the breakout room.
Deputy?
Yes.
Can you join the breakout room, please?
Which one?
I think it's breakout room number 1. Are you in breakout room number 1?
Yes. Okay, I see it.
Yeah.
Just stay right here. I'm about to get to you.
Yes, Mr. Kamani?
Yes, Your Honor. I have an announcement for Nelson Sharif.
All right, Mr. Sharif Nelson. What's your announcement, sir?
For the first count, defective headlights is going to plead nolo.
Okay.
And count 2 is going to be dismissed.
Okay. He's gonna plead nolo to a defective headlight?
Yeah, yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. Ms. Janvier, are you ready on Nelson, or is that Ms. Baker's case?
That's me, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Nelson, raise your right hand for me, sir. You solemnly swear or affirm any testimony you give in this matter will be true? Sir?
Yes.
Okay, you can put your hand down. You're before the court for 2021 CR 04204 for defective headlights and marijuana 1 ounce or less. You're entering a plea of nolo to count 1. Count 2 will be no pros per the state. By entering a plea of nolo to count 1, you give up the right to have a trial by jury or judge. You give up the right to have the state prove your guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. You give up the right to have the presumption of innocence in your favor. You give up the right to confront witnesses, subpoena witnesses, present testimony and evidence on your behalf, to not incriminate yourself or present any testimony or evidence against yourself. And if you're not a United States citizen, a plea of guilty or no contest could negatively impact your immigration status. Do you understand all of these things, sir?
Yes.
All right. Factual basis and recommendation, please.
Yes, Your Honor. On November 25th, 2019, while on patrol on Highway 138 in Clayton County, an officer did observe a black Mercedes driven by Mr. Nelson to be without a headlight on the driver's side. That includes the facts. The state is recommending a $15 fine to be suspended for the headlight, and the count 2 is no pros.
All right. So, Mr. Kamani, anything on behalf of Mr. Nelson?
Nothing for the honor.
All right, Mr. Nelson, for count 1, the fine is a $100 fine. It'll be $151.50 with the surcharges. And do you wish to pay that today or have additional time?
Your Honor,
Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
the fine was $15 suspended.
15. Oh, I'm sorry. We really are having a connection problem because I swear I heard 100. And all right, so it's $15 and that'll be suspended. Mr. Nelson, at this time, you're free to go, and I apologize for that. Did you have any other questions of the court?
No, ma'am.
All right, you're free to go at this time, sir. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Kamani. All right, did you have any other announcements, sir, or anybody else you needed to speak with?
I need to speak to Hernandez.
Okay. Mr. Hernandez is in the courtroom with, in the courtroom. Mr. Hernandez? Ms. Bermudez is there. You want to go back into the breakout room?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. So, Ms. Bermudez, Mr. Kamani, and the courtroom are in breakout room number 1. So if the deputy will put them back in the breakout room number 1, Mr. Kamani will be there also. Thank you.
Thank you.
Absolutely. Yeah, I'm going to the back, breakout room.
Please make sure that the courtroom is in the breakout room. Okay, great. Thank you.
Is Miss Baker in the breakout room?
I'm sorry, Mr. Taylor?
Is Solicitor Baker in a breakout room?
I think so. One second. Yeah, she's in the breakout room with Mr. Kendall.
Okay.
If you want to send her a text or a email.
I will email her.
Okay.
Your Honor, is the courtroom in a breakout?
I believe so. Hold on, let me check. Yes. Do you want to go in there?
Yes, please.
All right, 1 second. I'm gonna put you in breakout room number 1. All right, Mr. Kendall and Ms. Baker, do you all have an announcement?
Yes, Your Honor, Mr. Kendall.
Yeah, yes, we're gonna want you to put this on next trial calendar for us.
All right, so Mr. Hickson is entering a not guilty. It'll go on the next trial calendar. Mr. Hickson, just make sure you keep in touch with Mr. Kendall, and then we'll give you the announcement of when your trial is upcoming, okay?
All right, thank you, Judge.
Thank you, sir. You're free to go at this time.
All righty.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, as soon as the attorneys are out of the breakout room, we'll have more announcements. You have an announcement, Mr. Kamani?
Your Honor, can you put me in a breakout room with Ms. Baker?
All right, Ms. Baker and Mr. Kamani will be in breakout room number 2. I'm sorry, Mr. Kamani, I'll move you to breakout room number 4. Ms. Baker, you're already in breakout room number 4.
Thank you, Your Honor. Your Honor, we have an announcement for Hernandez. He actually has proof of his license, so I'm gonna run down to the courtroom to view his license. And then if he has his license, I'll be preparing a no cross for this case.
All right, thank you.
No problem. I'll be right back.
All right, Mr. Kamani, did you have anything else?
No, Your Honor, nothing right now, but can you put me in a breakout room with the courtroom, with the pod?
All right, breakout room number 1. There you are.
Your Honor, we have announcement in Mr. Hernandez's case.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, I went down. He showed proof of his license, so I'll be sending Noah Pross along with Mr. Brown.
Okay, thank
And
you.
I also have a question. I believe he has a bench warrant in this case. So
All right. Do the bench warrant set aside?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, and that's for Hernandez, not Brown, correct?
Yes, Hernandez, sorry.
All right, do we have an announcement? Is Mr. Taylor still in the courtroom? So I don't know that he's had an opportunity to speak with Ms. Rhodes. Mr. Kamani, do you have any other announcements?
Yes, Your Honor, for Hernandez, I believe that case is going to be dismissed.
Yeah, Ms. Baker just announced.
Okay.
All right, and so I'm just waiting for Mr. Taylor for the last three cases, Kaiser, young guy, and Rodriguez. Oh, well, four cases, Rodriguez and Rhodes.
Your Honor, is it okay if I can inform Mr. Hernandez that he can leave?
Yes, sir. Thank you. Yes, ma'am. Ms. Baker?
I was going to say, I believe he's talking to the interpreter now, so he might not be in the actual courtroom.
He's back. He's back.
Oh,
okay.
He is. Okay.
Yeah. So I'll just inform.
All right. Go ahead, sir. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hey, Your Honor, are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
I have a Mr. Stanley Johnson for a defendant of the 1 o'clock count. He has a brief announcement for you about that. Go ahead, sir.
Good morning. We have a situation with the parents along with the daughter. She has had a psychiatric breakdown.
Hold on. I can barely hear you. So it'd probably be better if you get closer to the computer than to speak into the microphone.
Thank you, Mr. Harris. Yeah.
All right, now that's better. Now tell me who this is about again.
This is about Mr. McGill and his daughter, along with their wife, his wife. She's had a breakdown. She suffers from schizophrenia. They had a family dispute that caused them to
Mr. McGill.
Yes, it's Mr. Max. He's out in the hallway.
Mr. Who?
Mr. Max. He's out in the hallway. He's going to be on your 1 o'clock agenda.
I'm looking at the 1 o'clock calendar.
Okay.
I don't have a McGill or a Max. I don't have any M's.
Yes, it is the daughter. Okay, let me give you the paper. What's the daughter? I'm gonna give it to you. Is that it? Yes, it is. LaGuire Maxine Valerie? Or Miss Valerie?
Hold on.
I see her, she is on the 1 o'clock calendar.
Okay, I'm not seeing this. Miss Val, do you know what he's talking about?
They had a domestic situation in 2020 that's been
Okay, so sir, this is what I have on my calendar. I have a Destiny Brown, Lennox Copeland, Valentino Ferguson, DeAndre Lee, Eric Navarrete, Manuel de Jesus Urbina, Morgan White, and Ray Williams.
Mr. Harris has it here, ma'am.
Yes, Your Honor. On the 1 o'clock calendar on page 2, at the very bottom, it is LaGuardia, Maxine, Valerie.
LaGuire, okay.
So this is about Miss LaGuire. Apparently she suffered a mental breakdown and cannot be in court today.
Absolutely, she has, ma'am. And what I would like to actually let you know as well, the parents are willing to take custodial custody of her. For 2 days, Your Honor, we were actually, along with the police in Clayton County, looking for her. They had an APB out for her. If you somehow could consider giving them custody of her, we would really appreciate it.
Okay, so here's the thing. She's excused from the calendar anyway because a waiver was signed on September 20th. So she didn't have to be here today, but you are here on behalf of Mr. Tucker's office?
No, I'm here for the family. I'm actually here for the family. I didn't do an appearance letter because I wanted to come and just mention it to the state to let them know what's going on.
Okay, so Mr. Tucker is no longer on the case?
He is, as far as I know. When I spoke to the office, they did say he was on the case, but he's not here at this time. I haven't seen him.
Tucker is the attorney, Judge, and Mr. Tucker filed a waiver.
Okay, so sir, you have to talk to Mr. Tucker. I don't have a problem with what you're asking me, but I don't know enough about the case. Mr. Tucker's office has to file whatever is necessary to do what the family wants done because he's representing her. I can't act ex parte without him being here to represent her. She was not required to be here today because there is a waiver filed, but you all have to get in touch with Mr. Tucker, and if he wants to talk to the state about whatever it is y'all want to do to maybe modify the bond or whatever that situation is, then I'll entertain it, but it has to come through the proper channels.
Yes, ma'am. I appreciate you even talking to me as far as this is concerned. I'll get with Mr. Tucker.
All right, thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am.
And then you have a latecomer, Your Honor. You have Mr. Palomar, Tari Laron.
All right, could you put Mr. Palomar at the podium for me, please?
Could you give me Mr. Tucker's information if you have it? I don't. Give me a full name and that understanding.
Mr. Palomar?
Yes, ma'am.
What's going on? Why you can't never make it to court? I got more cases with you with a bench warrant bond forfeiture beside the case. What is going on, sir?
I honestly can't tell you. Traffic. I had the wrong timing, which
every single time. You ain't never been on time for court.
I'm sorry. Let me get behind the podium. Yeah, I thought it was 11:30. This is my second time. I know what you're saying.
You know, Mr. Palomar, we've had cases with you before. This is your second time maybe on this case that I had to reset you on the arraignment calendar because you didn't make that. So you didn't make the traffic arraignment calendar. It's now come up to this case has now come up to a regular arraignment and you late for that. You got to get your life together, Mr. Palomar. What is going on?
Yes, ma'am. No excuse.
I mean, this is getting ridiculous. Like every other month, you got a bunch of little traffic cases. Then when they come up on the calendar, I promise you, you've had, Miss Brenda, how many times has Mr. Palomar had cases before me?
I'm looking, Judge.
Huh?
Oh.
Your Honor,
this is his fifth case, Judge.
His fifth case.
Your Honor.
Yes, Mr. Palomar.
I've been being harassed by the same officer for the past few months. I guess he know my car or something, and it's always something stupid like a seatbelt, which I got tinted windows, so you know what I'm saying?
Mr. Palomar, okay. If you have an issue with an officer, I am not the person to complain to. They have a command staff at the jail, at the law enforcement agency, whichever one it is, whether it's a municipal agency or whether it's the Clayton County Police or the Clayton County Sheriff. You have to go through them to make your complaint through the proper channels, but they're not stopping you from getting to court on time. That's my issue. And you ain't never on court. You got 5 cases that I've handled or am handling. You ain't never been to court on time. In fact, when you came to a traffic court arraignment, somebody had to call the office to beg to have you put back on traffic arraignment because you missed that. How old are you, sir?
25.
How old?
25.
25?
Yeah.
I'm gonna need you to get your life together, Mr. Palomore. Because if you can't be on time for court, I know you ain't on time for nobody's job. Are you working?
Self-employed.
What you doing self-employed?
I do a lot of car repairs and such. I do multiple things, but that's me.
Car repairs and such. Okay. Well, Mr. Palomore, you keep up with this foolishness and you ain't gonna be able to drive no more. Now, you have Mr. State about that. Do you need an attorney?
We need an attorney.
I'm sorry, you was breaking up real bad.
Do you need an attorney to represent you, or do you want to hear what the state has to offer in the no tag or case?
I believe, didn't I plead not guilty?
Mr. Palomore, if you had been here on time, you would understand what I'm asking you. A not guilty plea means you want to go to trial on a no tag case. A guilty plea or a no contest plea, that means you want to resolve your case today. But before you make any plea, you can hear what the state is recommending in this case.
I'd like to hear.
All right. Did you want to represent yourself or do you need an attorney?
Represent myself.
Okay. All right, Miss Janvier, can you help out Mr. Palomore, please?
Yes, Your Honor. We have a $100 fine for the tag, no tag.
All right. Mr. Palomore, you can enter a plea of guilty and the fine will be $100. It's $150 with the surcharges, and I can give you up to 60 days to pay it.
Could I still move forward with not guilty?
I can't hear you.
I still do the not guilty?
Yeah, then you'll go on a traffic calendar. You'll go on a trial calendar. And then when your date of trial comes up, you need to be ready to come to court. If you want to bring any witnesses or testimony that you have, then make sure that you're ready on that date. Mr. Palomore, if you fail to show up for traffic for the trial, or if you're late, the court is going to issue a bench warrant. Do you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, so you'll get your notice in the mail. You're free to go at this time.
And I apologize for having to come see you all the time. You know, I do love seeing you, but not like this.
Thank you, Mr. Palomore. I'll need you to get it together.
Yeah.
All right, you're free to go at this time. Okay, do we have announcements on Rhodes, Rodriguez, and Youngay? And Kaiser? Mr. Taylor back? Mr. Taylor?
Yeah, I think he's still speaking to them. I'll follow up. Yeah.
Your Honor, I have some announcements.
All right, Mr. Taylor, go ahead.
Sorry, I didn't realize I had muted my computer. All right, so Mr. Rodriguez would like to enter a nolo plea for the negotiated plea.
Okay. What about Kaiser and Rhodes?
Kaiser, I will need to have another, or Kaiser and Yonai, I will need to have another breakout with the state. Rhodes will be will be entering a nolo plea to counts 2, 3, and 5.
All right, let's do Mr. Rodriguez. Raise your right hand for me, sir. You solemnly swear or affirm any testimony you give in this matter will be true.
Yes, ma'am.
You can put your hand down. You're before the court on 2020 CR 03397 for Joshua Antonio Rodriguez. Criminal trespass, you're entering a plea of nolo. By doing so, you give up the right to have a trial by jury or judge. You give up the right to have the state prove your guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. You give up the right to have the presumption of innocence in your favor. You give up the right to have to present testimony and evidence on your behalf, to not incriminate yourself. And if you're not a United States citizen, a plea of guilty or no contest could negatively impact your immigration status. Do you understand all of these things, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, factual basis recommendation, please.
Yes, Your Honor. On April 6, 2020, an officer was dispatched to 1361 Southern Road, Morrow, Georgia, Clayton County, Fresh Express, and made contact with the security guard who advised that Mr. Rodriguez had been asked to leave once and refused. Then Mr. Rodriguez drove his vehicle into the employee parking lot. He was asked to leave again. Mr. Rodriguez advised that he was not leaving to call the police. Police were called. He was asked to leave again at that time. And then Mr. Rodriguez was taken into custody. The state is recommending 12 months to serve 1 day. Credit for time served, balance will be suspended, and a DNR, do not return to the incident location.
All right, Mr. Taylor, anything on behalf of Mr. Rodriguez?
Nothing further, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Rodriguez, you understand that if you were to violate the condition and go back to that location, the remainder of your sentence could be revived and you could be placed in jail for the remainder of the 12-month sentence. You could be charged with misdemeanors or felonies. Do you understand that?
Yes.
All right, so you're not to go back to that location. I'll sentence you to 12 months to serve 1 day, credit for time served, balance suspended as long as you do not go back to the incident location. You're free to go at this time, sir. All right, and for Rhodes. Ms. Rhodes, let me see you, please. Raise your right hand for me. You solemnly swear or affirm any testimony you give in this matter will be true. All right, you can put your hand down. Ms. Rhodes, do you have audio? Okay, I can't hear you, so you might need, if you're on like earphones, you might need to take them off and unplug it so I can hear you, but oh, there you are. All right. So you're before the court on 2021 CR 04194 for Lakeisha Rhodes. You're represented by Mr. Taylor. You're before the court for no license. Count 1, count 2, driving on a suspended or revoked license. Count 3, improper lane change. Count 4, failure to have proof of your license. Count 5, or is that? No, I'm sorry, failure to change your license within 30 days. Count 5 is giving a false name, address, or date of birth. Count 6, false name, address, or date of birth. You're entering a plea of nolo or no contest to counts 2, 3, and 5. By doing so, you give up the right to have a trial by jury or judge. You give up the right to have the state prove your guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. You give up the right to have the presumption of innocence in your favor. You give up the right to confront witnesses, subpoena witnesses, present testimony and evidence on your behalf, to not incriminate yourself or present any testimony or evidence against yourself. And if you're not a United States citizen, a plea of guilty or no contest could negatively impact your immigration status. Do you understand all of these things, ma'am?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, factual basis recommendation, please.
Yes, Your Honor. On November 17th, 2020, an officer who was also driving northbound on Terra Boulevard in Clayton County observed a 2020 Jeep Cherokee driven by Ms. Rhodes, traveling in the same direction. The vehicle changed lane from second into first without signal, and then made a left onto Iris Walk without a signal as well. Ms. Rhodes was pulled over. At that time, the officer asked for her ID. She said she had lost her license in a fire. Then she said she didn't have it on her. And so she said they asked for her name. She gave her name as Shamia Rhodes. She was asked to spell it. Then she was asked to write it. Each time was a different name. The officer went back to check, told her we couldn't find it. And again, she wrote the name Shamika Rhodes, Shimika Rhodes, with her own handwriting. Of course, at that time, the officer did take her into custody. That concludes the facts. The state is recommending to no pros for the no license violation, count 1. Count 2 for driving suspended license is $500, 12 months to serve 2 days. Credit for time served and the balance will be suspended. For the improper lane change, it was $50. For the failure to change the address, the state is willing to dismiss and no pros that count. For giving of the false name, count 5, it's $100 fine. For count 2, it's I'm sorry, Your Honor.
You said a $100 fine for
Yes,
count 5?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
And for count 6, $100 fine as well, suspended.
Okay. All right, so count 6 should merge, I think. But a $100 fine suspended is about the same thing. So, Miss Rhodes, ma'am,
Yes.
you could have been charged with forgery, and you probably could have been charged with felony forgery. I haven't read the statute in a minute, but you playing games in situations like this, I mean, you got, in addition to what you would have gotten for the no license, you got extra stuff just because you weren't willing to take responsibility for what you did. You understand?
So the situation was not as stated as we were told. My name is Lakeisha Rose, and also prior to her in the statement that she told, the officer asked me for my insurance on that rental car, and my name is vivid as Lakeisha Denise Rose on the insurance card that I gave her. Also, I asked an officer that since the fire had happened, I have my license on my phone. She would not accept my license on my phone. So there were chances to give the lady my license and my actual name so that she could see it. And I did not write or touch her pad at all. But we've already discussed that with Mr. Taylor.
All right. So yeah, nobody's gonna take your license on your phone. They might take your insurance on your phone.
And I understand that.
Nobody's gonna do that. So I'm going to accept your plea of no to count 2, 3, 5, and 6. By entering the no-low plea, you're gonna be sentenced on count 2 to 12 months to serve 2 days. Credit for time served balance will be suspended as long as you pay the $500 fine, which is gonna be $737.50. Mr. Taylor, does your client need more than 60 days to pay? Because it's going to be quite hefty. It's almost $1,000 by the time we get finish adding stuff up.
60 days enough, Ms. Rhodes?
Yes.
Okay, so on count 3, which will run concurrent with count 2, it's a fine in the amount of $50, $83.25 with the surcharges. Count 5, which will run concurrent with count 2, it's a $100 fine, which is going to be $151.50 with the surcharges. And count 6 is a $100 suspended fine. Now, ma'am, the court is going to give you 60 days in which to pay. Do you need any additional time?
No.
Okay. So what I'm going to ask you to do is use the chat function to send your email address to Miss Brenda Castaneda. So when you go to the chat function, you should see everybody in blue or everyone. When you click on that, you'll see a pull down menu and you'll see Miss Brenda's name on there. If you could send her your email address and make sure you check it twice before you hit send, so it's the correct one. Then once you get your information, once we get your information, you'll be free to go. Just make sure you check your email, and when you get the email, it should have instructions about how to pay online or by phone if you want to do that also.
Okay. So,
right.
So I'm looking for Ms.
Brenda Castaneda, yes.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you. All right, so Mr. Taylor still needs to speak to the state in Young Guy and Kaiser. I'm gonna put Mr. Taylor in the breakout room. Which attorney from the state is that?
Young Guy, that's Miss Janvier.
Okay, so I'm gonna put Mr. Taylor in a breakout room with Miss John VA, and just in case he needs Miss Baker, I'm gonna give you access to the breakout room also. Y'all are all in breakout room number 3, and then the court is gonna be in recess until 1:10.
Your Honor, we would like to make an announcement for the record. I thought Mr. Taylor would stay in. We're no crossing Ms. Kaiser case.
Okay.
So I'll prepare that. I already told Mr. Taylor, but I did want him to stay on the call for us to make.
Okay,
that
you're
time.
no crossing the entire case for Ms. Kaiser?
Yes, yes, Your
All
Honor.
right, so Ms. Danielle Kaiser, you're free to go at this time, ma'am.
I'm sorry, I didn't understand.
Okay, so the case is gonna be dismissed against you, and you're free to go at this time, ma'am. Thank you. And so,
Thank
Ms.
you.
Kaiser, whatever the situation was, be
It's resolved.
mindful.
It's resolved.
Okay, all
Yeah.
right. Thank you, ma'am. You're free to go at
Okay.
this time. All right, and so I'll put you all in a breakout room so y'all can discuss this young guy, and the court will be in recess until 1:10.
Oh. We'll break out. All right.
Is that something you should participate in or?
They will send you a link to join.
Okay.
Thank you.
Your Honor?
Mira cómo se ve. ¿Cómo se ve dentro ahorita? ¿Amén? ¿Así no tienes que entrar? Pues no, ahorita, si no quiere venir, voy a haberle 8 sí. Pero no sabía. Pero sí sabía.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is the 1 p.m. calendar for courtroom 304, State Court of Clayton County. I'm Judge Tammy Long Hayward. We had two cases that were one more case that was waiting an announcement from the 11 o'clock calendar. That's Asante Young Guy.
Yes, Your Honor. Ms. Young, I would like to enter a nolo plea to count 2 only.
Nolo to count 2.
Yes.
All right, ma'am, come to the podium. Raise your right hand for me. You solemnly swear or affirm any testimony you give in this matter will be true.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. You can put your hand down by, you're before the court on 2021 CR 04205, Asante Zara Young Guy. You're represented by Mr. Taylor. You're before the court on battery family violence, count 1, battery, count 2, simple battery family violence, count 3, simple battery, count 4, and criminal trespass, count 5. You're entering a plea of nolo to count 2. Count 1 will merge, counts 3 and 4 will merge, and count 5 will be no prost. By entering the plea of nolo, you give up the right to have a trial by jury or judge. You give up the right to have the state prove your guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. You give up the right to have the presumption of innocence in your favor. You give up the right to confront witnesses, subpoena witnesses, present testimony and evidence on your behalf, to not incriminate yourself or present any testimony or evidence against yourself. And if you're not a United States citizen, a plea of guilty or no contest could negatively impact your immigration status. You understand all of these things, ma'am? Okay. Factual basis and recommendation, please.
Your Honor, we would stipulate to a factual basis.
I want to hear it.
January 17th of 2020, the police were dispatched to 1517 Bethesda Road, Riverdale, Georgia, Clayton County. There was a verbal altercation, and the defendant admitted to taking the victim's camera, and she also admitted that she scratched the victim with her fingernails.
Right. Who's the alleged victim in this case?
Wesley Warren, Warren.
All right. And how's Mr. Warren connected to Ms. Young Guy?
They were dating.
All right. What's the recommendation?
12 months probation, $300 fine, 40 hours of community service, no violent harassing contact with the victim, and it's would terminate upon completion.
No TLC.
Okay.
All right. So, Miss Young Guy, you and Mr. Warren still together? I'm sorry? You said no? Okay. So then there should be no desire to have any contact with him. So I'm going to accept your plea of nolo to count 2. Count 1 will merge, count 3 and 4 will merge, and count 5 will be no prost. I'll sentence you to 12 months probation, a fine in the amount of $300. It's going to be $444 with the surcharges. You'll have 40 hours of community service, and you're to have no violent or harassing contact with Wesley Warren. I'm going to put you in a breakout room with Mrs. Thomas. Mrs. Thomas is our probation expert. He's going to give you all of the information you need to successfully complete probation in this case. Mrs. Thomas is going to be in breakout room number 6. The courtroom will go into breakout room number 6 this time. And then when they come back, I'll make my announcement for the 1 o'clock calendar. Ladies and gentlemen, as soon as the courtroom comes back and the announcement is made, then we'll begin to call the calendar, okay? So once breakout room once the courtroom comes back, we'll make the announcements.
Your Honor, could I just say a couple things on behalf of Ms. Young?
You may.
So I believe the reason that the state agreed to a possible termination on completion is because of the matter that I didn't want to blow up in front of the court, but The factual basis it included in the incident report included the possibility of Mr. Warren, Miss Young Eye waking up to Mr. Warren masturbating over her and using the camera that was at issue in this case, which was a traumatic experience with sexual misconduct for her. But in consideration of the state's evidence, Miss Young Eye is still willing to accept the consequences of defending herself in a way that was not appropriate.
Did he film her?
We don't think he filmed her, but whatever he was doing with the camera was not right.
Okay. All right. So I'll grant TLC.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay, Ms. Brenda, if you'll add termination upon completion. All right. Ms. Young Guy, I don't know that you would want to have contact with him. But if he does attempt to have contact with you, make sure you pass that information on to your attorney. All right. As soon as like I said, as soon as the courtroom comes back, then we'll go ahead.
I'm back from the breakout room, Your Honor. I'm just going to step away for a second and go to the courtroom next door.
Yes, ma'am. That's fine. Thank you.
You're welcome.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, this is the 1 o'clock calendar. Everybody's entitled to have an attorney represent them. If you cannot afford an attorney, you can ask for one when I call your name, and one will be appointed to you. You have three options as for your plea today. You could enter a plea of not guilty. You would have a trial at a later date. You'll have plenty of time to prepare for that trial. If you wish to represent yourself at trial, you may do so. However, I do have to treat you the same as I would an attorney who knows the rules of procedure and evidence. So you may have difficulty getting evidence into the record of the court, and it may be a hard situation for you to defend yourself not knowing the rules. So please consider that. But if you go to trial, you do have the right to remain silent. You do not have to give any testimony or evidence against yourself. And the state has the responsibility or to prove the case against you beyond a reasonable doubt. So you do not have to present any evidence or testimony on or participate in any way except being present for trial. But if you do wish to challenge any arguments made by the state, or enter any evidence and testimony on your behalf, you may do so either yourself or with an attorney. If you were convicted at trial, the maximum penalty could be up to 12 months in jail, a $5,000 fine, or both per offense. But if you felt like the conviction was a mistake, that an error was made during the trial, then you have the right to to appeal your conviction within 30 days of the verdict of the court. These are all the rights that come with having a trial. If you enter a plea of guilty or nolo, no contest, a guilty plea means that you believe you are guilty of the offense before the court. Even if you don't agree with every part of the factual basis, you do believe that you are guilty of the offense and you wish to resolve your case today. If you enter a plea of nolo, it means no contest. And that means that you understand the state has evidence that they could use at trial against you. And if they were to take that evidence to trial, a conviction could result. Because of that, you do not wish to contest the evidence, but you do wish to resolve your case today. If you enter a plea of guilty or no contest, we'll give you or you and your attorney the opportunity to speak with the state to determine what the state is recommending in your case. If you enter a plea of nolo or no contest, it could benefit you in certain traffic court offenses, among others, but mostly traffic court here. But it could help you avoid points on your license or suspension of your license, but you have to be eligible to use a nolo. So if you've used one in the last 5 years or it's not a case for which a nolo can be accepted, then we'll let you know if you are nolo eligible. If you are under 21, a nolo may not work the same way for you. It's easier for under 21 drivers to accrue enough points or penalties such that their license might be suspended. So please let us know if you're under 21 when we call your name. And last but not least, if you have a commercial driver's license, a CDL, and this is how you make your living, please be mindful that a citation, even if it's on your private license, could affect your CDL if you enter a plea of nolo or guilty, or if you're convicted at trial. If you need time to figure out what might happen before you lose the ability to earn a living, you can enter a plea of not guilty and prepare for trial. And while you're preparing for trial, you can determine what might happen to your commercial driver's license. And once you have that information on the date of trial, if you want to go to trial, you can. If you want to enter a plea, you can. That's fine. All right. So I'm going to call the calendar. And when I do, I need to make sure that you are here. If you are represented by an attorney, then your attorney should speak on your behalf. Okay. Destiny Nuche Brown. Destiny Brown.
Yes, I'm here.
All right, Miss Brown, let me see you.
Okay.
Miss Brown, you're charged with affray. Do you wish to represent yourself or do you need an attorney?
I need an attorney.
All right. How old are you, ma'am?
I'm 24.
Okay. So I'm going to appoint the law firm of Lister, Holt, and Dennis to speak with you. At the appropriate time, I'll put you in a breakout room so you can speak with them, okay?
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. Lennox Deshaun Copeland.
Your Honor, Mr. Copeland is on the Zoom call and he wants to enter into a plea of guilty under the first offender.
All right, Mr. Copeland, let me see you. All right, raise your right hand for me. Do you solemnly swear or affirm any testimony you give in this matter will be true?
I do.
All right, you can put your hand down. You're before the court on 2021 CR 04268 for simple battery. Mr. Kamani is with you, your attorney. By entering a plea of guilty, you give up the right to have a trial by jury or judge. You give up the right to have the state prove your guilt beyond reasonable doubt. You give up the right to have the presumption of innocence in your favor. You give up the right to confront witnesses, subpoena witnesses, present testimony and evidence on your behalf, to not incriminate yourself. And if you're not a United States citizen, a plea of guilty or no contest could negatively impact your immigration status. Do you understand all of these things?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, factual basis recommendation, please. This guilty plea is being taken under the first offender statute.
Yes, Your Honor. On June 16th of 2020 at 3481 Creekview Drive in Clayton County, Georgia, the defendant did intentionally make contact of an insulting or provoking nature to the persons of Shakari Eason, and that is spelled SH''Kara, last name EASON, by striking her in her face with a closed fist. The state is recommending 12 months probation for him to complete anger management, pay $100 fine, and have no violent or harassing contact with the victim.
All right, Mr. Kamani,
Nothing further, Your Honor.
who's Miss Eason?
It appears that was his sister.
Okay.
I believe he called the cops and made contact, and he stated that him and his sister were in a dispute.
All right, so Mr. Copeland,
Yes, Your Honor.
are you and your sister, do y'all live together, or like what kind of connection do y'all have right now?
We do not reside with each other.
Okay, all right. So, sir, I'm going to accept your plea of guilty under the first offender statute. I'll sentence you to 12 months probation to take an anger management course and pay a fine in the amount of $100. The fine is going to be $151.50 with the surcharges, and you're to have no violent or harassing contact with Shakara Eason. Sir, I'm going to put you in a breakout room with Mrs. Thomas, but I think Mrs. Thomas has stepped away for a moment. As soon as she comes back, then I will put you in a breakout room with her so she can explain everything that you need to know regarding probation, okay?
Okay.
Back, Your Honor.
Oh, she's back. Are you ready, Ms. Thomas?
Yes, ma'am, Your Honor.
All right, so Mr. Copeland, I'm going to put you in a breakout room with Mrs. Thomas. And once you have finished speaking with her, you do not need to come back to the main room. Just make sure that you adhere to what she tells you regarding probation. The quickest way to get rearrested is to not appear for your probation reports, okay?
Okay.
All right, thank you, sir. You can go into the breakout room number 6 with Mrs. Thomas. All right, Valentino Ferguson. Mr. Ferguson has one case where he's represented by Lister and Holt. The other he is not.
Your Honor, I wasn't able to establish contact.
All right, Valentino Ferguson.
He's present. He's right here.
He's in the courtroom. Okay, Mr. Ferguson. You're represented by Lister and Holt and Dennis, but it's my understanding they haven't had a chance to speak with you. So I'll put you in a breakout room so you can speak with your attorneys, and Mr. Kamani, I'll appoint on the other case.
All right, Your Honor.
All right. All right, so you can have a seat, sir, until we can get them a chance to speak with you, okay? Thank you. Aisha Siobhan Guthrie.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah. Yes, Your Honor. She's on the Zoom call.
All right.
I needed to speak to the state regarding the recommendations.
Frankita Alexander Jenkins. Frankita Jenkins.
Your Honor, I wasn't able to establish contact.
Frankita Jenkins. Last call, then Frankita Jenkins. Bench warrant, bond forfeiture. Christopher Justin Jordan. Christopher Justin Jordan. Christopher Justin Jordan. Bench warrant.
Okay. Yes, Your Honor.
Maxine LaGuire, that was a waiver. Okay. DeAndre William Lee.
Your Honor, Ms. Lee has 3 cases, and I wasn't able to. She's on the Zoom call. I'm sorry.
DeAndre Lee.
Yes, Your
Mr.
Honor.
Lee, you have 3 cases before the court. You have 2 where Lister Holt and Dennis is appointed. I'm gonna appoint on the 3rd case so they can speak to you about that. I'll set up a breakout room since you haven't had the opportunity to speak with them, and as soon as I can, so that you can speak with your attorneys, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, thank you. Eric Navarette. Eric Navarette.
Your Honor, I wasn't able to establish contact.
Eric Navarette. Bench warrant bond forfeiture. Manuel de Jesus Urbina.
Here. He's present, Your Honor.
All right. Mr. Urbina, do you need an interpreter? Ms. Bermudez?
No,
I'm sorry.
I understand.
Oh, okay then. All right. Ms. Bermudez, I think that was the only case on this calendar that could possibly have needed an interpreter.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. So
Thank
you're excused if you need to go check on another courtroom.
Yes, ma'am.
All right.
Thank you.
Mr. Urbina, you're before the court for speeding in a school zone 21 to 25 miles per hour over, no tag or expired or invalid tag, invalid registration, and no insurance. At least one of these could suspend your license, possibly. So, sir, do you wish to represent yourself, or do you wish to have an attorney represent you?
Well, I didn't really hire any attorney or anything like that. I'll just represent myself.
Okay. Are you over 21?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. All right. So who, Ms. Janvier, is this your case?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Go ahead.
All right, so for the speeding in the school zone, it'd be a $150 fine. For no tag, it's $100. The invalid registration would be a no process, and no insurance would be $200.
All right. Is he NOLO eligible?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. So, Mr. Urbina, you're eligible to enter a NOLO plea. The NOLO plea would keep you from having a suspension of your license if you've already gotten your license back. Also, it would help with points on your license for the speeding in a school zone. So if you wish to use your NOLO plea, you may.
Okay.
All right. And it would be a NOLO plea to counts 1, 2, and 4. Count 3 will be no pros by the state. All right. Raise your right hand for me. Do you solemnly swear or affirm any testimony you give in this matter will be true?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
All right. You can put your hand down. By entering a plea of NOLO to counts 1, 2, and 4, you give up the right to have a trial by jury or judge. You give up the right to have the state prove your guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. You give up the right to have the presumption of innocence in your favor. You give up the right to confront witnesses, subpoena witnesses, present testimony and evidence on your behalf, to not incriminate yourself or present any testimony or evidence against yourself. And if you're not a United States citizen, a plea of guilty or no contest could negatively impact your immigration status. Okay, factual basis and recommendation, please.
Yes, Your Honor. On March 11th, 2020, Mr. Urbina was stopped for speeding in a school zone. He was doing 47 miles per hour in the 25 mile per hour zone. At that time, he was also cited for an expired tag, as well as invalid registration and no insurance. At the time, the insurance company he provided was contacted, and they advised that the vehicle was removed from the policy as of December 2019. That would conclude the facts, Your Honor. Did you want me to read the recommendation again?
No, Mr. Urbina, the fine for count 1 would be $150. It's going to be closer to $200 for the surcharges. It's a $100 fine is going to be $151.50 with the surcharges, and the Number 4, the $200 fine will be $298 with the surcharges. Sir, I can give you up to 60 days to pay without putting you on probation. If you need a longer time, then I can put you on pay-only probation. Can you pay these within 60 days?
I can pay that in 60 days.
Okay, so sir, I'm going to ask that you will go downstairs to the second floor. When you come back through the double doors, go to your left and you'll see the traffic court window. Go there and if you want to make a payment today, you can, but they'll give you your paperwork. They'll also tell you how to pay online or by phone if you choose to do that, okay? So don't leave the building without your paperwork, but just go on down to the second floor. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
All right, Morgan, you're excused. You can go on to the second floor now. Morgan Whitney White. Morgan Whitney White. Morgan Whitney White, last call. Bench warrant. And Ray Anthony Williams. Ray Anthony Williams. Ray Anthony Williams, last call, bench warrant. All right, Mr. Kamani and Mr. Taylor. Mr. Kamani, it's my understanding that Mr. Ferguson is in the courtroom. You need to speak with Mr. Ferguson.
Yes, Your Honor.
You also need to speak with the state for Ms. Guffrey. Is that true?
Yes.
Okay. And Mr. Taylor?
I need to break out with Miss Destiny Brown,
All right.
as well as the information from the state.
Okay. All right, so I'll put Mr. Taylor in the breakout room with Ms. Brown. Mr. Kamani is going to be in the breakout room with the courtroom.
Your Honor,
Yes,
can
sir.
you put me in a breakout room with the state first? I don't have the recommendations on Ferguson.
Okay, so Miss Baker and Miss John VA are in breakout room number 3. Mr. Taylor is in breakout room number 3. Mr. Kamani, I'll add you to breakout room number 3. When the attorneys come back from speaking with each other, then I'll make sure we set up the breakout rooms for the attorneys and the clients. All right. So as soon as you all come out and make announcements, I'll be here.
Your Honor,
Yes, Mr. Kamani?
can you put me in a breakout room with the pod?
Yes. Okay, the breakout room is going to be in the courtroom is breakout room number 4. Mr. Kamani is going into breakout room number 4. Mr. Kamani, my understanding is Mr. Ferguson is there, Valentino Ferguson, also Mr. Lee, DeAndre Lee.
I believe DeAndre Lee is on the Zoom call.
Yes.
Okay, sorry. All right, so Mr. Ferguson is in the courtroom. Hold on a second, Mr. Lee. And who's the Samsung with the black Adidas, black and purple Adidas? You have a black and purple Adidas jacket. Okay, your audio is not connected. There you are. Okay, you got to take the ear pods out, or if you're listening on ear pods, it's not gonna work. But if you unconnect them, you should be able to use your audio for your device. No, don't call. Listen to me. Touch the screen. Do you see down at the bottom something that looks like an old-fashioned microphone? No. Okay, next to your picture, do you see something that looks like, okay, there you go. Now, who are you? Unmute so I can hear. You got to unmute. Click on the old-fashioned microphone. There you are.
Quavius Wiley.
Quavius Wiley. Are you on the 2 o'clock calendar?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, hold on. All right, 1 second, Mr. Wiley. Just hold on because we haven't gotten to the 2 o'clock calendar yet. But let me go ahead and change your name on here so people know that you're here.
Okay.
Excuse me, ma'am.
Yes.
I was
Mr.
on the one.
Navarette.
I was in the 1 o'clock calendar.
I know, Mr. Navarette. Let's see, because we didn't get you when we called, and I have a bench warrant bond forfeiture down for you. I'll erase that, but you'll have to hold on to talk to your attorney, okay?
Okay, thank you, ma'am.
Okay. Why were you late, Mr. Navarette?
Cause I just be working until like 8 o'clock in the morning. I was trying to get some sleep.
Okay, sir.
I had just woke up. That was my bad though. That's on right now. Joining me. Yeah. So what's going on? Meeting ID or personal link name. What's the meeting ID? I saw the ID, you know.
Mr. Tate Dadon, may I have your government name, please? Tate Dadon does not appear on any of my paperwork.
I'm sorry, Miss. My name is Martavius McCarter. My mother's trying to help me sign in. I'm kind of just I don't know how to use this Zoom thing.
Give me the meeting ID right there.
Hold on, Mom. I'm trying.
You're in the meeting already. You don't need the meeting ID.
Okay. I'm sorry, Your Honor.
All right, I'm gonna mute you, and when I'm ready for you, then I'll call your name, okay?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you so much.
You're welcome. Woo! Okay, ladies and gentlemen, if you're here for the 2 p.m. calendar, I haven't called it yet. Just sit tight. We'll get to you. Yes, Mr. Kamani,
Your Honor, I have an announcement for Ferguson.
go ahead.
Two cases. On the first case ending 04271, count 1, he's going to plead nolo.
Okay.
Count 2 will be no pros, and count 3 is going to plead nolo. On the
Okay.
second, sorry.
Hold on, because I got 2 counts on, it's Valentino Ferguson. Oh, I'm sorry. He's got 3 cases. Okay, go ahead. No, I'm
On the
sorry, 2 cases. I was looking at the wrong one. So
And-
nolo and what else?
Nolo to counts 1 and 3 on the first case.
Okay,
On the second case, count 1 will be no pros, and count 2, he's going to plead guilty.
all right. All right, Mr. Ferguson, raise your right hand for me. You solemnly swear or affirm any testimony you give in this matter will be true.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, you can put your hand down. Mr. Ferguson, you're before the court on 2021 CR 0421271. That's driving on a suspended or revoked license for which you're entering a plea of nolo, no license, which will be no pros, and improper lane change for which you're entering a plea of nolo. On the case M 2021 CR 04899, loitering or prowling, that is going to be no pros, and criminal trespass, you're entering a plea of guilty. By entering these pleas, you give up the right to have a trial by jury or judge. Give up the right to have the state prove your guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. You give up the right to have the presumption of innocence in your favor. You give up the right to confront witnesses, subpoena witnesses, present testimony and evidence on your behalf, to not incriminate yourself or present any testimony or evidence against yourself. And if you're not a United States citizen, a plea of guilty or no contest could negatively impact your immigration status. Do you understand all of these things, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, factual basis and recommendation, please.
Are you asking me questions?
1 second, sir. Is this Ms. Baker's case or Ms. John VA's case?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that name?
Ferguson Valentino has 2 cases.
Oh, I'm sorry, Your Honor. Is that Ferguson?
Yes.
Okay, that was actually my fault. I was still in the breakout room with Mr. Taylor, so I was not aware which person we were calling. Okay. In case, is this ending in 04899?
We can start with 04271.
Okay.
Mr. Ferguson is entering a plea of nolo to counts 1 and 3, count 2, no pros.
Okay. On April 2nd of 2021, officers were dispatched to a vehicle accident involving the defendant. In Clayton County, Georgia, he was operating a vehicle after receiving actual and legal notice. His privilege to do so was suspended. In addition, officers found out upon further investigation that he made an erratic lane change, which was the result of the accident, which was the cause of the accident. And it looks like his license was suspended for serious violations under 21, and it was suspended on March 22nd of 2021. Excuse my phone.
What's the recommendation?
The recommendation for count 1 is a $500 fine. For count 2, we are moving to no pros. And for count 3, it is a $50 fine.
All right. Now the case ending in 04899.
On June 17th of 2020 in Clayton County, Georgia, The defendant did appear at Jonesboro High School located at 7728 Mount Zion Boulevard in Clayton County, Georgia. And did knowingly interfere with the use and possession of the property without the school's principal. The state is recommending for count 1 to null pros loitering, and for count 2 criminal trespass, 12 months to serve 2 days. Credit for the time he has already served. Balance is suspended that he do not return to Jonesboro High School, which is located at 7728 Mount Zion Boulevard in Clayton County, Georgia.
All right. What was he doing at the high school?
I'm just.
Mr. Kamani?
Your
Honor.
Is he a student?
Like they were at the high school at
No, yeah.
4:49 a.m. while the school was closed during the summertime and during the pandemic. So it appears they were hanging out.
All right. Mr. Ferguson, Mr. Kamani, anything on behalf of Mr. Ferguson?
Yes, Your Honor. On the first case, he'll require 60 days to pay the fine.
Okay. All right, so Mr. Ferguson, these all happened in 2020 or 2021. I'm going to assume that you have matured since then. Am I correct?
Yes, ma'am. I got my license and everything.
So we won't be seeing any more of this foolishness?
No, ma'am.
All right, thank you. So, sir, I'm going to accept your plea of nolo to counts 1 and 3 in the case ending in 04271. By entering this plea, I'm going to sentence you on count 1 to a fine in the amount of $500. That's going to be $737.50 with the surcharges. On count 3, it's a fine in the amount of $50. That's going to be $83.25 with the surcharges. And I'll run those concurrent, and you'll have 60 days in which to pay. Also on loitering or prowling, you'll have 12, the case ending in 04899. Loitering and prowling will be null pros. Criminal trespass in exchange for your guilty plea, that's 12 months, 2 days, credit for time served, balance will be suspended as long as you do not go back to Jonesboro High School during the remainder of the 12 months. Do you understand, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, so Mr. Ferguson, you've been given 60 days in which to pay. Please make sure you pay it within the 60 days because if not, an arrest warrant could issue. I'm going to ask you at this time to go down to the second floor, right below where you are now. When you come back through the double doors, go to your left and you'll see the traffic court window. They'll give you your sentencing sheet and they'll also tell you about options for paying online or by phone, okay? Did you have any questions of me? All right, so you can head on down to the traffic court window, okay?
Okay.
Thank you.
Your Honor, can you put me in a breakout room with Gatri, Aisha Gatri? She's on the Zoom call.
Yes. 1 second. Breakout room for Mr. Kamani and Ms. Guthrie. Okay, breakout room number 1, and Mr. Kamani will be in breakout room number 1. All right, Mr. Taylor, do you have any announcements on this calendar?
I believe the state may have an announcement on Destiny Brown.
No,
All right.
we did not. Oh, we did not yet. But yes, the state is moving to no across her case. So I'll be sending that over.
All right, Ms. Brown.
Yes, ma'am.
Your case is being null pros, ma'am. That means it's being dismissed, but if you need any more information about what happened with your case, you can call your attorney tomorrow, okay?
Okay, thank you so much.
All right, thank you, ma'am. All right, Mr. Kamani is in breakout room number 1 with Ms. Guthrie and let's see, Jenkins, Frankita Jenkins, Christopher Jordan, Jenkins and Jordan, bench warrants. Mr. Taylor, is Eric Navarette, is that Mr. Kamani's case or your case?
Navarette is Mr. Kamani's case.
Okay, all right, so he did show up, so. All right, so the next few cases are Mr. Kamani's, Mr. Lee, and Mr. Navarette, and Morgan White and Ray Williams, bench warrants. So as soon as Mr. Kamani comes back, he'll have announcements. All right, ladies and gentlemen, for those of you who are here for the 2 o'clock calendar, don't despair. We're working through the 1 o'clock calendar. As soon as we have the opportunity to have everybody back in one space, then we'll go ahead and make announcements for the 2 o'clock calendar. Just please mute your device so I don't hear any feedback, okay? Thank you.
Your Honor.
Yes, Mr. Kamani,
I have an announcement for Ms. Guthrie.
go ahead.
She wants to plead guilty.
All right, Ms. Guthrie, raise your right hand for me. You solemnly swear or affirm any testimony you give in this matter will be true.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, you can put your hand down. You're before the court on 2021 CR 04263 for Aisha Siobhan Guthrie. You're before the court for theft by taking. You're represented by Mr. Kamani. By entering a plea of guilty, you give up the right to have a trial by jury or judge. You give up the right to have the state prove your guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. You give up the right to have the presumption of innocence in your favor. You give up the right to confront witnesses, subpoena witnesses, present testimony and evidence on your behalf, to not incriminate yourself or present any testimony or evidence against yourself. Ms. Guthrie, if you're not a United States citizen, a plea of guilty or no contest could negatively impact your immigration status. Do you understand all of these things?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Factual basis recommendation, please.
Yes, Your Honor, on November 21st of 2019 at 6065 Jonesboro Road at Walmart, the defendant did take money from the register at her employer. The dates that she removed money from the register range from November 10th, 2019 through November 21st of 2019. The amount of money that was taken was $1,020. Yes,
Okay.
$1,020. The state is recommending 12 months probation for her to complete a theft prevention class, 40 hours of community service, and do not return to the Walmart located at 6065 Jonesboro Road in Clayton County, Georgia.
Are they asking for restitution?
Yes, Your Honor, but we would like to ask for a separate hearing for restitution.
All right. Mr. Kamani,
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Ms. Guthrie, I'm going to accept your plea of guilty. I'll sentence you to 12 months probation to take a theft prevention class, 40 hours of community service. You're not to go back to any Walmart in Clayton County, and the restitution hearing will be set for a later date. Ms. Val, do we have a restitution hearing date?
Not at this time, but want to be set and it'll be mailed out.
Okay, so you'll get notice in the mail of your restitution hearing. Please make sure that you keep in touch with your attorney. How old are you, Ms. Guthrie?
22.
I'm sorry?
22.
Ms. Guthrie, what were you thinking? That they don't have cameras everywhere? Walmart got more cameras than the courthouse. I'm safer in Walmart than I am in the courthouse in some places because they got more cameras. They got cameras everywhere. Why would you think that a multinational corporation like Walmart wouldn't be able to figure out you stealing?
It's not that. It's just I was desperate for the money for my child, and then I was pregnant at the time, and I wasn't thinking.
Okay, where's your child's father?
He's in the picture, but he doesn't help me at all. Like I literally have to do everything by myself.
Okay, so that's a clue for everybody who's even thinking about getting pregnant by somebody. You got to think a little bit further down the road other than what this feels like right now. Because when you were with that gentleman, did you ever think, I'm gonna have a child and he ain't gonna be nowhere around to help in no way?
Well, he was staying with my mom when we was together. He was staying with my mom, but
okay, that right there is your clue. What man got to stay with your mama is gonna be worth something down the road when you need something? That's your clue.
Yes, ma'am.
You didn't have a second baby by him, did you?
My first two, yes, ma'am.
Miss Guthrie, how old are you? 22? How
Yes,
many
ma'am.
children you got?
3.
Miss Guthrie, you ready to stop now?
Yes, ma'am. I'm done.
Because that's a lot at 22. I got 3 kids right now, and I'm way older than you. And that's a lot at 22. You don't have to have a baby with everybody you go out with or you have a relationship with. We clear?
Yes, ma'am.
Having a baby is not the sign that you love them. And please make sure that you look at the circumstances. And I'm talking to everybody. Y'all take this for what it's worth. Your first clue that he wasn't worth nothing was that he was living with your mama, that he had to come live with your mama and you. Who living with you and your mama, depending on your mama for shelter, is going to be able to help you with a baby? Look at the clues. Everybody tells you who they are. It's just we don't always see it. He might be cute, but if he's cute with no home, that tells you something. If he's cute with no job, that tells you something. If he's cute with no education, that tells you something. Okay, we clear?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. I'm just hoping that people will make the best decisions. And I'm sorry I'm having to use you as an example, but hopefully this will help you make better decisions in the future, and it'll help some other people who are thinking, because we don't have to have a baby by everybody we go out with. We really don't. They got stuff for that. At least for now they do. Those are some rights we might need to protect, but I'm just saying, we don't have to have a baby with everybody we go out. We don't. So I'm going to accept your plea of guilty. I'm going to put you in a breakout room with Mrs. Thomas. She's going to explain everything that you need to know about probation, and the courses that you have to take, and the community service that you have to do, and the restitution that you'll have to pay. So the quickest way to get rearrested is to not go to your probation reports. If you miss your probation reports, then that's the quickest way to get rearrested, okay?
Yes,
I'm
ma'am.
gonna put you in a breakout room with Mrs. Thomas, and once you're finished speaking with her, you do not have to come back out to the main room. You can go on about your business, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, and I wish you well, Miss Guthrie. It's hard having 3 kids, but make good choices. If his life ain't straight, your kid's life ain't gonna be straight.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, thank you.
Thank
Sure,
you.
Continue on. You have a latecomer in the courtroom by accident. Ray Williams from the 1 o'clock calendar. He was in the wrong courtroom the entire time.
All right, 1 second. Mr. Williams, come on up to the podium.
Your Honor, can you put me in a breakout room with Dandra Lee?
Yes. Mr. Lee, I'm gonna put you in a breakout room with Mr. Kamani.
Okay.
All right. Mr. Kamani is in breakout room number 1. Mr. Lee, I'm gonna put you in breakout room number 1. All right, Mr. Williams, you're before the court on no decal or expired decal. Did you wish to represent yourself, or do you wish to have an attorney represent you?
He said he'd represent himself.
Are you over 21, sir? All right, Ms. Janvier, do you have an recommendation for this case?
Yes, Your Honor. It was $25 for the no decal.
All right, Mr. Williams, if you wish to take a plea of nolo or guilty, the fine is $25. There's no surcharges with that, and you'd be able to pay that today, or I could give you additional time if you needed it.
You said he paid today.
All right, raise your right hand for me. You solemnly swear or affirm any testimony you give in this matter will be true.
Yes.
Okay, you can put your hand down, sir. By entering a plea of guilty to count to no decal or expired decal, you give up the right to have a trial by jury or judge. You give up the right to have the state prove your guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. You give up the right to have the presumption of innocence in your favor. You give up the right to confront witnesses, subpoena witnesses, present testimony and evidence on your behalf, to not incriminate yourself. And if you're not a United States citizen, a plea of guilty or no contest could negatively impact your immigration status. Do you understand all of these things, sir?
Yes, he does.
Okay. Does the state need to have additional factual information?
No, Your Honor.
All right. The court will accept the stipulation, and Mr. Williams, you can go downstairs to the 2nd floor, sir. When you go downstairs, when you come back through the double doors into the hallway, then you go to your left and you'll see the traffic court window, and they'll help you in there, okay? All right, thank you, sir. Thank you for showing up.
He was the last one in the courtroom, Your Honor.
All right. So just give me a moment to call the calendar for the 2 o'clock. Mr. Kamani's in with Mr. Lee. When he comes out, we'll call the calendar for 2 o'clock. But at this time, I'm going to make my announcements. Yes.
Sorry, before you go, I believe that's Mr. Navarette that came in later. I don't know. I didn't see him earlier.
Yeah, he's here. I told his attorney, well,
Oh, okay,
I'm waiting. I put down that he needs to speak with his attorney.
okay. I'm sorry, Your Honor.
No problem. All right. So ladies and gentlemen who are here for the 2 p.m. calendar, you all have the right to have an attorney represent you if you need an attorney. If you wish to have an attorney, when I call your name, please let me know that you need one and I'll appoint one to talk to you today. I expect that you'll enter one of 3 pleas today. Not guilty means that you'll have a trial at a later date. The state has the burden of proving the case against you beyond a reasonable doubt. But if you wish to go to trial, all you have to do really is just show up, because you do also have the right to remain silent and not offer any testimony or evidence against yourself. But if you do wish to challenge any arguments made by the state, or if you wish to enter evidence and testimony on your behalf, you may do so. And if you wish to go to court trial without an attorney, I do caution you that I have to treat you the same way as I would an attorney who knows the rules of evidence or the rules of procedure. So you may have difficulty proceeding with your case and getting evidence into the record before the court. So please be mindful of that. But if you go to trial, as I said, the state has the burden of proving the case against you beyond a reasonable doubt. If you are convicted at trial, the maximum penalty could be up to 12 months in jail, a $5,000 fine, or both per offense. If you believe that the conviction at trial is a mistake, then you have the right to appeal that conviction within 30 days of the court's verdict in your case. Those are the rights that come with having a trial. If you enter a plea of guilty or no contest, you would give up those rights that come with having a trial, but you would be able to resolve your case today through a plea. Not a guilty plea means you believe you are guilty of the offense before the court. Even if you don't agree with all of the factual parts that are explained by the state, it does mean that you believe you are guilty of the underlying offense. A no contest plea means that you understand that the state has evidence that they could present at trial and a conviction could result. And because of that, you do not wish to contest the evidence, but you do wish to conclude your case with a plea. A no contest plea could help you, particularly in traffic offenses, because it could help you avoid points on your license or a suspension of your license. So if you are eligible to use a no contest plea in certain cases, the state will let you know that you're eligible to use that. You can only do it once every 5 years. If you're under 21 years of age, a no-low plea may not work the same way for you. Please let us know that you're under 21 because you're more likely to have points on your license or a suspension of your license. And if you have a commercial driver's license, even if you received the citation on your private license, your commercial driver's license could be affected if you enter a plea of not guilty. If you enter a plea of guilty or no-low, or if you are convicted at trial. So if you wish to research what might happen to your commercial driver's license, you can enter a plea of not guilty. And when you go to trial, you'll have time before your trial to investigate what might happen to your license. If you, at the day of trial, if you wish to have a trial, we can have a trial. If you wish to have a plea, we can have a plea. But at least you will know what happens to your commercial driver's license. So those are all of my announcements. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to call the calendar. And when I do, I need to know that you are here, but I will wait to hear an announcement. If you're represented by an attorney, I'll hear the announcement from your attorney. If you're not represented by an attorney, then we'll talk to you about whether you want to represent yourself and hear directly from the state. Deshawn Monique Bolden. Deshawn Bolden. Deshawn Monique Bolden. Bench warrant. Carmen Renee Bryant.
I'm here, Your Honor.
All right, so Ms. Bryant, your attorney, Mr. Stein, is on his way.
All right.
Okay. Cabrian Contrell Davis. Cabrian Contrell Davis. Cabrian Davis. Bench warrant. Olivia Jade Garcia. Olivia Jade Garcia. Olivia Jade Garcia. Bench warrant. Sierra Desiree Johnson. Sierra Desiree Johnson. Sierra Desiree Johnson. Bench warrant. Asia Beyonce Little.
Yes, Your Honor. Ms. Little is in the call. Ms. Little, can you turn your audio on?
All right, Mr. Taylor, do you have an announcement for Ms. Little?
Yes, Your Honor. Ms. Little would like to enter a guilty plea to count 1 and would like to be treated under the first offender statute.
All right. Ms. Little, raise your right hand for me. You solemnly swear or affirm any testimony you give in this matter will be true?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, you can put your hand down. You're before the court on State of Georgia versus Asia Beyonce Little, 2021 CR 02170 for driving under the influence and DUI less safe. Count 3 is following too close. Mr. Taylor, she's pleading to count 1. Is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor. I believe that was the negotiation with the state. The remainder
Count.
being
Okay, count
dismissed.
2 will merge and count 3 would be no prost.
Not from my understanding.
What's your understanding, Ms. Baker?
Was it $100 fine for the following too close?
Okay, I don't know.
I want
just
to make
had
sure with Mr. Taylor, I know we discussed a recommendation the last time.
Okay, are any of these in writing? Y'all writing some of this down? Mr. Taylor?
If I'm not mistaken, I did send an email, Mr. Taylor.
Yes, I have the email right here. Hang on.
Yeah. I'm looking through my email. I don't see one for following too close. So we did discuss DUI, the DUI charge.
I have. Okay, I have it here. Yeah. All right. I have accusation from you. It says, "Hey, I'm not sure what was on the accusation, but the plea recommendation is 12 months, time served, 1 day, credit for time served. Balance probated that she complete the DUI risk reduction program, 40 hours community service, $300 fine, no drugs or alcohol, random testing and screening." And later in the email chain, you mentioned that you're willing to suspend the $300 fine in consideration of completing the DDC.
But I think what the count we're talking about is following too closely. Did I discuss the $100 fine?
We don't discuss the following too closely in this chain.
Okay. Did you want to discuss? Oh, well, I don't know how. Did you want to make your client aware? Or judge, how should we proceed?
I'm not sure. I'm not an attorney. I'm a judge.
Okay. Well, there is a $100 fine for the following too closely.
All right. Can we resume this at the end of the calendar? I just need to make a call with this client.
Brittany Denise Mapp. Brittany Denise Mapp. Brittany Denise Mapp. Bench warrant bond forfeiture. She's a Lister Holton Dennis client. Has anybody heard from her?
No, Your Honor, I couldn't get in touch.
All right, Eric Santana Mason Jr. Eric Santana Mason Jr. Eric Santana Mason Jr. Bench warrant bond forfeiture. Martavius McCarter. Martavius
Yes, Your
Leon
Honor.
McCarter.
He's on the Zoom call, Your Honor.
All right.
Yes, ma'am.
I need to speak to him, Your Honor.
Okay, Mr. McCarter, the court will set up a breakout room for you and Mr. Kamani in a moment.
And Your Honor, yes,
Mr.
two
Carter,
cases.
yeah, has two cases, so I'll appoint to the case ending in 04311. Rose Lynette McGee.
Your Honor, she's on the Zoom call, and I have to briefly speak to Ms. Rose.
All right. All right, Devontae Malik Minor. Devontae.
I'm here.
Okay, Mr. Minor is here.
Yes, Your Honor, I need to speak to him briefly.
Resto Emmanuel Anwar Resto Jr. Emmanuel Anwar Resto Jr. Third call, Emmanuel Anwar Resto Jr. Mr. Resto has two cases, bench warrant bond forfeiture on both cases. Mr. Resto's attorney has presented compelling evidence to the court that he should be released from the case. Mr. Resto wishes to represent himself. And when Mr. Resto appears before the court will speak with him about his desire, whether that's an ongoing desire to represent himself. All right, Aquavius Deshaun Wiley.
Yes, ma'am.
Good afternoon, Mr. Wiley. So, Mr. Wiley, you're in charge. You have two cases. The first case is improper lane change. The second case is passing an emergency vehicle, too fast for conditions, unregistered without proof of registration, no license, and no tag or expired or valid tag.
Yes, ma'am.
So, Mr. Wiley, do you wish to represent yourself or do you wish to have an attorney represent you?
Myself.
All right. Are you over 21?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. So, Mr. Wiley, for the improper lane change, what does the state wish to do for the case ending in 04319 improper lane change, Mr. Janvier?
$50, Your Honor.
All right, for the case ending in 01899.
For count one, the emergency vehicle, $100. Too fast for conditions, $100. The unregistered tag, no price. No license, $500. And 12 months to serve 2 days. Credit. Yep, 12 months to serve 2 days. The balance will be suspended. And for the tag, $100. No tag, $100.
All right. Anything on your behalf, Mr. Wiley?
I had got everything taken care of. I had just moved back down to Georgia from North Carolina, and I still haven't switched everything over. And I didn't know the time frame that I had to get everything switched over. So I was completely. I still had a North Carolina license, North Carolina tag, North Carolina registration, and everything. I just didn't know I had a time frame to get everything switched over, but I did get everything, situated up.
Did you have a valid North Carolina tag at the time, license at the time that this happened?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you still have it?
Well, I got a Georgia license now, but my North Carolina license, I don't think I think I had to turn it in when I had when I got a Georgia license, if I'm not mistaken.
Okay.
Yeah, when I got a Georgia license, they told me to give them that one, and they gave me my Georgia license.
All right. Does the state wish to give any consideration for that?
Yes, Your Honor. What was that? We're willing to no price.
Okay.
For that, and did you say you switched over the tag too?
Yeah, I got everything. I didn't know. I just brought it with me just to show y'all I got everything situated with the tag, the registration, and my license.
Okay, so yes, sure. So for count 4 and 5, we're willing to no price for
Okay.
those two counts.
All right. So, Mr. Wiley, do you wish to take the plea at this time?
Yes, ma'am.
Raise your right hand for me. You solemnly swear or affirm any testimony you give in this matter will be true.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, you can put your hand down. You're before the court on 2021 CR 04319. You're entering a plea of guilty for improper lane change. On case, well, is he NOLO eligible, Mr. Janvier?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, so, okay, so Mr. Wiley, I'm not sure where you want to use your NOLO. So you could use your NOLO on improper lane change, which is a moving violation, or you could use it for counts 1 and 2, which is on the next case. So do you wish to use a NOLO plea, and which case do you wish to use it on?
What was the other two?
So passing an emergency vehicle and too fast for conditions, both of those are moving violations also.
Yes, ma'am. I'll do a NOLO with those. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so by entering a plea of guilty for improper lane change in the case ending in 04319 and NOLO on counts 1 and 2 on too fast for conditions, you give up the right to have a trial by jury or judge. You give up the right to have the state prove your guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. You give up the right to have the presumption of innocence in your favor. You give up the right to confront witnesses, subpoena witnesses, present testimony and evidence on your behalf, to not incriminate yourself or present any testimony or evidence against yourself. And if you're not a United States citizen, a plea of guilty or no contest could negatively impact your immigration status. Do you understand all of these things, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Factual basis and I have the recommendation, just a factual basis on both cases.
Okay, for the case ending in 4319, on September 25th, 2020, Mr. Wiley was pulled over for an improper lane change when he accelerated abruptly. And this was on Terra Boulevard and Old Dixie Road in Clayton County. On February 13th, 2021, on the North I-75 ramp and Up Riverdale Road in Clayton County, Mr. Wiley was cited for passing a marked sheriff's vehicle with blue lights flashing at a high rate of speed while it was raining and roads were wet.
Okay. All right, so Mr. Wiley, I'm going to accept your plea on the case ending in 04319. Your plea of guilty, I'll sentence you to pay a fine in the amount of $50. It's $83.25 with the surcharges. On the case ending in 01899, a 2022 case, you're entering a plea of NOLO to counts 1 and 2, counts 3, 4, and 5 will no prost. I'll send you on count 1 to pay a fine in the amount of $100. That's $151.50 with the surcharges. On count 2, it's $151.50 with the surcharges. And sir, do you need more than 60 days in which to pay these fines and fees?
No, ma'am. I can pay everything next Friday.
Okay, so I'm going to give you 60 days in which to pay on each of these cases. Case ending in 01899 will run concurrent, meaning the same time as the case ending in 04319, and count 2 of 01899 will run concurrent with count 1. So you'll pay all of the fines and fees within 60 days. So sir, this is what I'm going to ask you. If you will use the chat function, do you know how to do that, or do I need to walk you through it?
You need to walk me through it. I never used this before.
All right, so if you see, look on your screen, touch your, next to your name, you should see 3 dots in a blue box.
Okay.
Click on that and you'll see chat.
Okay, I see it.
All right, click on chat and you should see a blue everyone.
Mm-hmm.
Click on that. And when you see the name Brenda Castaneda.
Okay, hold on for a second. Brenda. Okay, I see it.
All right, click on Brenda.
All right.
Send her your email address. Make sure you check it twice to make sure every letter and number is correct. And once you send her your email address, sir, you'll be free to go. You'll check your email within the next day, and you'll have your sentencing sheet, which tells you when the amounts have to be paid. And you also will have the right to pay online or by phone. So they'll explain that to you also. Okay.
Okay.
All right. Did you have any other questions for me, Mr. Wiley?
No, ma'am. Thank y'all so much. It's like my first experience with this. I never really been to court, so thank you.
That's all right, sir. You did well. You came on, you got it done. Okay, sir, just don't forget to pay within the 60 days or an arrest warrant could issue, okay?
Oh, yes, ma'am.
All right, you're free to go at this time.
All
Sean
right.
Thomas Williams.
Here.
All right, Mr. Williams, can I see you, please?
Yes.
So, Mr. Williams, I have you before the court for speeding 26 to 30 miles per hour over the limit.
Yes, ma'am.
Sir, do you wish to have an attorney represent you or do you wish to represent yourself?
Myself.
Are you over 21?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Miss Janvier, can you give the recommendation from the state?
Yes, the fee would be $700.
$700 base, or is that with surcharges?
That's with the super speeder, the surcharge, the super speeder.
Okay, so $700. All right, and he's still subject to the super speeder with the Department of Driver Services?
Yeah, he was doing 95 and a 65.
Oh, I'm not asking about that part. I'm just
Oh, I'm
asking.
sorry.
So this is the base fine is $700. Then he'll also be subject to the super speeder.
Oh, I apologize. No, the base was 500.
Okay, that's what I'm asking.
Okay,
I'll
my
calculate the
Oh, okay. My apologies.
yeah, you just give me the base fine because I
Yes,
have a
ma'am.
set in my head. All
Okay.
right, and then he's also subject, is he NOLO eligible or no?
Yes, he is.
All right, so Mr. Williams, let me explain how this works. So your speed is high enough to where you're subject to a super speeder of designation by the Department of Driver Services. Now, the Department of Driver Services is separate from what we do. We're the court system, and we handle the criminal matter before the court for the traffic offense. But there's also a separate thing where the Department of Driver Services may impose a penalty because of the speed in a super speeder, and they could charge you an additional amount to make sure that your license does not get suspended. We have nothing to do with that. All we do is report what happens in the criminal case to Department of Driver Services, and if you're subject to super speeder under their rules, they'll send you out a notice and give you a period of time in which to pay the amount to avoid a suspension. Do you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, all right. I do that because whenever somebody gets the super speeder notice, they always come yelling at the clerks and say, well, I paid it. But no, it's not the same thing, not the same agency. All right, so sir, you have the right to enter a plea of NOLO, which may or may not help you with the Department of Driver Services. I don't know at this speed whether they'll accept a NOLO to help you, but you can use it if you wish. The fine before this court would be $500, which would be $737.50. I can give you up to 60 days to pay it without putting you on probation. If you need additional time, I can put you on a program called Pay Only Probation, which your only 2 requirements are to pay the fines and fees and to report to probation as long as you are on probation. As soon as you've paid all the fines and fees, your probation will terminate. Do you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, so sir, do you wish to enter a plea of guilty, NOLO, or not guilty and have a trial?
Plea NOLO.
Okay, raise your right hand for me. All right. I see you, Mr. Stein. I'll get to you in a moment. Mr. Williams is frozen, I think, or I'm frozen.
Oh, I'm not sure.
Mr. Williams, can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Raise your right hand for me.
I'm doing it.
Okay, I think your visual is frozen. Do you solemnly swear or affirm any testimony you give in this matter will be true?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so sir, by entering a plea of nolo, you give up the right to have a trial by jury or judge. You give up the right to have the state prove your guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. You give up the right to have the presumption of innocence in your favor. You give up the right to confront witnesses, subpoena witnesses, present testimony and evidence on your behalf, to not incriminate yourself or present any testimony or evidence against yourself. And if you're not a United States citizen, a plea of guilty or no contest could negatively impact your immigration status. Do you understand all of these things, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Factual basis, please.
Yes, Your Honor, on December 21st, 2020, on I-285 Expressway and Riverdale Road in Clayton County, Mr. Williams was cited doing 95 miles per hour in a 65 mile per hour zone.
All right, so Mr. Williams, I'm going to accept your plea. I'll sentence you to pay a fine in the amount of $500. That'll be $737.50 with the surcharges, and you'll be able to pay that within 60 days is what you said. Is that correct?
Yes, I can actually pay that today if that's possible.
Okay, so this is what I'm going to ask you to do. It may be better to pay it tomorrow because this is what you're going to need to do. So go to the chat function. Do you know how to use that?
Yes, I believe so.
Okay, when you click on the chat function and it comes up, you'll see everyone in blue. Click on the everyone and you should see a pull down menu that shows Brenda Castaneda's name.
Yes.
Okay, well, send Miss Brenda your email address. Make sure that when you send it to her, you check it a couple of times to make sure you have all the letters and numbers in the correct place. Once you send her your email address, then you'll check your email tomorrow. They'll include information about how to pay online or by phone, and then you can pay that way or you can come into the building, okay?
Okay.
All right, when you're finished sending, let me know.
All right, it should be sent. Yeah.
All right. And Mr. Mario Andretti Williams, please slow down before you kill yourself or somebody else, sir. We clear?
Yes. Yes.
Everybody thinks they a race car driver. Everybody can drive NASCAR until they hit a wall or they hit a truck. All right, so please slow down. All right, sir, you're free to go at this time.
All right, thank you.
All right, so let's go ahead and assign breakout rooms. I have Deshaun Bolden. All right, Deshaun Bolden was a bench warrant. Mr. Stein. Ms. Bryant is here. You're here on behalf of Ms. Bryant.
Yes, Your Honor. We're ready to do the plea whenever the court's inclined.
All right, Ms. Bryant, just hold on just 1 second. Let me get some people into breakout rooms so we can be efficient. Mr. Kamani, McGee, Rose McGee. There's also Martavius McCarter. Who has Mr. McCarter?
It's my case, Your Honor.
All right, so Mr. Kamani, I'm going to put you in a breakout room with Mr. McCarter. Then I'm going to put you in a breakout room with Ms. McGee. Mr. McCarter and Mr. Kamani will be in breakout room number 2. Once you get the invitation going into breakout room number 2, Mr. Kamani and Mr. McCarter. And Mr. Taylor, you don't have any, you don't have anybody on this calendar, is that correct?
No one except Miss Asia Little.
Okay, did
And
you
we are
also?
ready to go forward on that.
All right, so we'll take Mr. Stein's case and then we'll come back to Ms. Little. Ms. Bryant, raise your right hand for me. You solemnly swear or affirm any testimony you give in this matter will be true.
I do.
All right, so Ms. Carmen Renee Bryant, you're before the court on 2021 CR 03731. You're represented by Attorney Raymond Stein, who's here before the court. Mr. Stein, what is your client plead to the offenses before the court? Count 1 is driving under the influence. Count 2 is driving under the influence less safe. Count 3 is open container. Count 4 is improper lane change. And count 5 is distracted driving.
Judge, she's going to plead guilty to count 1, count 3, count 4, count 5. That's my understanding. The state is going to null process that, and count 2 is going to merge into count 1.
All right. So Ms. Bryant, by entering a plea of guilty to counts 1, 3, and 4, you give up the right to have a trial by jury or judge. You give up the right to have the state prove your guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. You give up the right to have the presumption of innocence in your favor. You give up the right to confront witnesses, subpoena witnesses, present testimony and evidence on your behalf, to not incriminate yourself or present any testimony or evidence against yourself. And if you're not a United States citizen, a plea of guilty or no contest could negatively impact your immigration status. Do you understand all of these things, ma'am?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Facts, basis, and recommendation, please.
Yes, Your Honor. On February 12th of 2021, officers responded to West Fayetteville Road in Clayton County, Georgia, in reference to a vehicle accident. Officers made contact with the defendant, who was the sole occupant in physical control of the vehicle. At that time, officers could detect the strong odor of alcoholic beverages, and her speech was slurred. It appears that Ms. Bryant went off the road about 50 yards south of another vehicle. Officers noted that the defendant admitted that she was coming from the ice bar and she had a few shots of tequila prior to driving. Officers asked if she would consent to the state administered test for her blood, and she consented. Results came back to her blood alcohol level being 0.22.
All right.
And the state is recommending for the first count DUI, per se, 12 months to serve 1 day. Credit for the time she has already served. Balance will be probated, that she have no drugs or alcohol. She is subject to random testing. She completes DUI risk reduction program. She completes 40 hours of community service and a $300 fine.
No substance abuse evaluation?
Yes, Your Honor. I knew it was one more thing I was forgetting. Substance abuse evaluation and treatment.
Okay. All right. Count 3.
Count 3. The state will move to null process. We have not found within the report any open container information, so we are willing to null process count 3 for the open container.
Okay, and count 4?
And count 4, it is $100 fine.
All right. Mr. Stein, anything before I pronounce sentence?
I don't know. It seems like my copy says 100-S. Does that mean suspended, or am I misreading it?
For which charge?
Improper lane change.
Give me 1 second. I don't see one on the accusation, but if S means suspended, I did not write the recommendations on this. So if there is an S, then the intent was for it to be suspended. So Judge, I would like to change the recommendation on count 4. Improper lane change of $100 fine suspended.
All right. Ms. Bryant, how old are you?
I'm 28.
Ms. Bryant. You know, they got stuff that y'all got access to that we didn't have access to. Back in my day, we didn't have Uber, we didn't have Lyft, we didn't have that where you could pay a small amount of money and have somebody pick you up and drop you off and you could party as much as you wanted to. We didn't have that. But y'all have it and you won't use it. I don't get it. So you not only whatever happened to your car and the fact that you wrecked your vehicle, but you also could have killed yourself or other people. And you're before me and it ain't cheap. I don't know what Mr. Sign charges, but you paying him to represent you. And you're also going to pay the court. So I'm going to accept your plea of guilty to count 1. Count 2 will merge with count 1. Count 3, I'll accept the no pros from the state. Count 4 is a guilty plea. I'll accept that. And count 5 is a no pros. So count 1 is going to be 12 months probation. 12 months to serve 1 day. Credit for time served. Balance will be probated. So when I say balance probated, the 12 months that you're going to spend on probation, the probation supervision fee, I think is like $52. I could be wrong. It could have gone up, but that's per month. Then you'll have no alcohol or illicit drugs during the course of your probation. And you're subject to random screens where you'll be tested for alcohol and illicit drugs. So anything not prescribed by a doctor, you need to be real careful with. You're to take a risk reduction course. I don't know how much they cost, but they're pretty expensive. You'll also do 40 hours of community service. You'll take a substance abuse evaluation. That's probably going to cost you too. And any treatment that they may order. And you're going to pay a fine in the amount of $300, which is really $444 with the surcharges. Count 4 is a $100 fine, which will be suspended for your plea on count 1. Ms. Bryant, you're seeing the results of your choice. Your blood alcohol level was almost 3 times the legal limit. So you were good and gone. And you could have killed yourself or somebody else. Do you have children?
Yes, ma'am. I have a 8-year-old daughter.
Okay, so imagine your 8-year-old daughter is in the car with somebody and they get hit by a drunk driver. How do you feel after that? There's no excuse that you would accept from that person, would you?
No, ma'am.
So think about what could have happened with you on your way from the ice bar, 3 sheets to the wind. There's no excuse that anybody would accept for your behavior. We're clear?
Yes, ma'am.
Y'all have the ability to make good choices. You just don't make them. It would have been probably 1,000 times cheaper for you to take an Uber there and back as opposed to what you're going through now. Okay, so ma'am, I'm going to put you in a breakout room with Mrs. Thomas. Mrs. Thomas is going to explain everything that you need to know about probation. The quickest way to rearrest, yes.
If I may, Judge, we were also requesting the affidavit of first conviction.
Does the state have an objection?
No objections, Your Honor.
All right, well, yes.
I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
Judge, the other thing was she currently, as I understand it, resides in South Carolina. So I think she would need to report by phone or by mail.
Okay. All right. What part of South Carolina, Ms. Bryant?
I live in Greenville, South Carolina.
Okay, so here's what we're going to do. I'll allow you to report by mail, but all of the required classes, the risk reduction course, the substance abuse evaluation. You're gonna take those, the courses that would be approved by the court in Greenville through their probation office. You'll take those courses, okay? Don't just Google it and try and figure something out, because I want courses that are approved by a court system.
Yes, ma'am. So I would contact the court office and get them from them. Okay.
Yeah, but you can talk to them about in probation and they'll help you with that. The other thing is there's no true phone reporting because they have way too many cases to be looking for you to report on a certain day by phone. Mail is the best way. I always say get 12 envelopes, address them, stamp them, and get 12 copies of the form and be ready to report at each report date, because failure to report could result in an arrest. Also, I'll give you the affidavit of first conviction. That's no problem. But I just want you to be mindful that this is a first mess up. Don't do this again. We clear?
Yes, ma'am.
And if you have the opportunity to stop one of your friends from making this kind of mistake, stop them.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So, all right, I'm gonna put you in a breakout room with Mrs. Thomas.
Judge.
Yes,
Judge,
Mr. Stein.
how is she going to receive the affidavit of first conviction?
Okay, that comes through the clerk's office. Ms. Rivadeneira, do you know anything about how they get that?
Yes, Judge. That form is available at the front of the state court clerk's office. They do have it available to, they just sign off on it. They get some information, but it is available in the clerk's office.
All right, there it is, Mr. Stein.
Judge, she lives in South Carolina, so.
Well, Mr. Stein, you're representing her where you live.
I'm in Cobb County.
Okay. Somehow y'all gonna have to work it out. Y'all call the clerk's office and see if they're willing to mail it to you and work it out that way. I don't handle first, the clerk's office always handles that. So you work it out with Ms. Brown. Did you have any other questions?
I believe that's it, Your Honor. Thank you for your assistance.
All right, thank you, Mr. Stein. Ms. Bryant, you'll go into the breakout room and talk with Mrs. Thomas. Once you're finished speaking with her, you do not have to come back to the main room, okay?
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you. All right, we have an announcement on Lee. Let's see.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Lee.
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, there you are. What's the announcement, Mr. Kamani?
Your Honor, on case ending in 04252, criminal trespass, he's going to plead guilty. For the second case ending in 06064, he's going to plead nolo to count 2. Count 1 will be no pros. And for case ending in 01990, he's going to plead guilty to counts 1 and 3. Count 2 will merge.
All right, Mr. Lee, let me see you. There you are. Mr. Lee, raise your right hand for me. You solemnly swear or affirm any testimony you give in this matter will be true.
Yes.
All right, you can put your hand down. So, Mr. Lee, you're before the court on case 2021 CR 04252, criminal trespass. You're entering a plea of guilty per your attorney, Mr. Muhammad Kamani, who's with you on this call. On case 2021 CR 06064, for driving on a suspended or revoked license and no license, you're entering a plea of nolo to count 2, no license. Count 1 will be no pros. On case 2022 CR 01990, you're entering a plea of guilty to counts 1 and 3. Count 2 will merge. By entering these pleas, you give up the right to have a trial in each of these cases. You give up the right to have the state prove your guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. You give up the right to have the presumption of innocence in your favor. You give up the right to confront witnesses, subpoena witnesses, present testimony and evidence on your behalf, to not incriminate yourself or present any testimony or evidence against yourself. And Mr. Lee, if you're not a United States citizen, a plea of guilty or no contest could negatively impact your immigration status. Do you understand all of these things?
Yes.
All right. Factual basis recommendation, please.
Yes, Your Honor. In case ending in 06064, on March 12th of 2021, on Interlaken Pass in Clayton County, Georgia, the defendant was operating a vehicle upon our public highway without a valid driver's license. The state is recommended for count 1 to Norcross. For count 2, it is a $500 fine.
All right.
In case ending in 04252, on June 12th of 2020 in Clayton County, Georgia, the defendant did knowingly interfere with the use and possession of Miss Christine Hudson Android smartphone. The state is recommending 12 months probation. 12 months, 12 months probation, that he have no violent or harassing contact with the victim, and he pay a $200 fine.
All right.
In case ending in 01990, on July 8th of 2021, the defendant used his closed fist to hit the victim, Miss Christine Hudson, on the right side of her head and on the back of her neck. In addition, he took her keys out of the ignition while the vehicle was still in drive and refused to give her keys back. For count 1, simple battery, the state is recommending 12 months to serve, 48 hours, credit for the time he has already served. Balance will be probated that he have no violent or harassing contact with the victim. He paid $500 and he complete 40 hours of community service. And the second charge is 12 months. For count 3, trespassing, criminal trespass. The state is recommending 12 months to serve, 48 hours, and the balance will be suspended upon his payment of $200.
Okay, I got a question.
Yes, Your Honor.
How many more times we gonna let him have some kind of aggressive action against Miss Christine Hudson? Why are we doing no violent or harassing contact as opposed to no contact?
I can't, honestly, Your Honor, I can't say right now. I'll look through our victim notes. I can tell you now that they have a child together. So that.
Okay, so I don't understand that. So they have a child together. That means he not gonna beat her again? He beat her the first 2 times?
Well,
hush, Mr. Lee. Hush. And they obviously can't get along. The fact that they have a child together means that they still don't know how to get along, but they have a reason to see each other.
Yes, Your Honor. And in addition, our victim stated that she does not fear the defendant. So that is why the recommendation is.
I fear it for her.
I do too, Your Honor, but if I'm being completely honest, these are not my recommendations. I'm just covering today.
All right. Mr. Kamani, I have a problem. I don't understand why we're doing no violent or harassing contact as opposed to no contact. We've had 2 actions where Miss Christine Hudson has come up as a victim in this case, and they have a child. Mr. Lee, did you marry Miss Hudson at the time that y'all had this child?
No, I didn't.
Have you been married since then?
No, I haven't.
Have you gone to Superior Court to legitimize this child?
I'm already on child support and have a PTO.
Child support doesn't mean nothing. That's not the question I asked you. Did you go to Superior Court to legitimize the child?
No, I haven't.
Okay, so because of that, you can continue to pay child support, but I'm not going to order no violent or harassing contact. I'm going to order no contact. If you want to see your child, go through the Superior Court to get visitation and work that out through them. But I'm not going to give you a free hand, even if she says it's okay to go in and have interaction with Miss Christine Hudson again. Because Mr. Lee, listen to me carefully. You got a child together, and if you don't respect the mother of your child enough to where you're not ending up before me with negative interactions with her, then that means you just really don't care about your child. Because if you're willing to disrespect the mother of your child, you don't care what happens to the child. Because if something happens to the mother of your child's not going to be okay. That's number one. Don't talk. I'm talking. Then we'll work it out when I give you the chance to talk. Number two, you need to work out the whole co-parenting custody visitation thing, because obviously y'all don't understand how to communicate. And for the life of this child, y'all are going to have to figure out how best to communicate with each other. If y'all can't figure that out without foolishness like this, then your child is not going to do well, because studies have shown that when there's violence between the parents, when the child is subject to the discord between the parents, I don't care how young the child is, even in utero, even before the baby is born, they can sense discord. If y'all are having these kinds of interactions, all you're going to do is psychologically mess up your child. Is that your intention?
No, ma'am, but that's the mother's intention. Everything was being blamed on me. I never punched her. I didn't punch her in the head.
This is what I'm asking you to do. Go and get it straightened out in Superior Court so that you will have directed visitation times, directed custody, directed child support. All of that will be worked out, and y'all can do it per the order of the court. And if you do it that way, if she's in trouble and if she's in contempt of what the court is ordering, then that's something you can address with the judge in that case. But y'all don't keep trying to work this out yourself, because it's not going to work.
It really wasn't me really working things out. It was a person straggling on, trying to attach to me because of what I can do for them. And when I don't do for them,
but Mr. Lee, that's what I'm telling you. The reason you go through the court and have it written down by the court and set by the court is the court puts rules in place to y'all's interaction. So she can't keep coming on you and glomming onto you because of what you can do for her, because it's set. When you can see the child, how you exchange the child, how much money is due her for child support. Those things are important to get straight, because how old is your child?
He's 2. And
oh my God, you want to go through this for the next 16 years?
No, because before all of this happened, she wasn't even around. She got a restraining order to take him from me.
Well, then you can work all that out with the Superior Court. But as long as y'all trying to do it with nothing in place, I'm gonna just let you in on a little secret. The fact that you have never legitimized this child means that she is the only legal parent that the courts will recognize. Until you go to court and get a legitimation, she can do whatever she wants to with that child.
I understand.
You understand? So
yes.
Since this child is 2, y'all got 16 more years at least to be in each other's lives as the co-parents of this child. And as child of divorced parents, I'm gonna tell you right now, until they worked it out and eventually became almost best friends in raising us, it was hell on the kids. But eventually they worked it out to where they understand that we're more important than the parents.
Yes, I have a daughter that's 9, and me and the mom is not together, and it's nothing like that. We co-parent, we have no issues, no problem. And my son's mother,
we don't even have any paperwork, right?
None at all.
But in some cases, that is not going to work. And you have to go get paperwork, and don't keep trying to say, well, I'm not going before the court because that's not going to work. She is not that other child's mama. So it's not going to work that way until you get something set in writing, because I don't want to see you back here with this foolishness. And that's all that's going to happen. People always think that, oh, well, I don't want to go before the court. But what they forget is that if it's in writing and it's set in stone and the court put the rules out there, then either party who messes up can come back before the court and get in trouble for messing up. In this situation, only you gonna get messed up. You understand?
Because I didn't document anything.
Right. And because there's no set way that you have to deal with her or she has to deal with you. And because the court doesn't even really take you seriously because you're not the legal parent. Until that gets established, people are out here having babies and all of them think, well, my name is on the birth certificate. That don't mean diddly.
Oh, no, I already know that.
You already knew.
Yes,
so
ma'am.
What I'm telling you is, if the situation is such as you described it, get yourself to where you can protect yourself and your child. We clear? Because if you want to see your child for the next 16 years, you got to have something in place. All right.
Yes, ma'am.
So this is what I'm going to tell you. On the case ending in 04252, I'll accept your plea of guilty. I'll sentence you to 12 months probation to have no contact until such time as the court should order contact with Christine Hudson, and to pay a fine in the amount of $200, which is going to be $298 with the surcharges. The case ending in 06064. I'll send you to count 2 to a $500 fine. That's going to be $737.50 with the surcharges. And I'll run that concurrent with with the case ending in 04252, which means you'll have 12 months to pay the $500 fine plus surcharges, the $200 fine plus surcharges. And on the case ending in 01990, I'll accept your pleas on counts 1 and 3. Count 2 will merge with count 1, and I'll send you to pay 12 months to serve 48 hours. Credit for time served, balance will be probated, and you're to have no contact with Christine Hudson unless ordered by the court. You'll pay a $500 fine. That's $737 with the surcharges, and do 40 hours of community service. Count 3 will run concurrent with count 1, 12 months to serve 48 hours, balance suspended, and an additional $200 fine, which will be $298. Now, Mr. Lee, I have 2 options for you. You can pay all of these fines and fees within a 12-month period of time, or I can run it for 24 months to give you more time to pay. Do you believe you can do it all within 12 months?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right. So the case ending in 01990 will also run concurrent with the case ending in 04252. All right. So Mr. Lee, take seriously what I say, because sometimes you can have a situation where everybody works just fine. The court never has to get involved because they know how to act like co-parents. In a case where that's not the situation, then make sure you go before the court and get everything straightened out. And Mr. Lee, I'm just going to say this. If the likelihood comes up that you're going to find another woman and have another baby with, make sure you spend enough time with that person to know if this is how they're going to act.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay? I'm just
Yes,
saying.
ma'am. It's crazy. It
All
was a
right.
crazy situation.
I get it, but I'm just saying, so you don't come back here. Now, the last case on the calendar for 1 o'clock is Eric Navarrete, who came up late. Mr. Kamani, have you had the chance to speak with Mr. Navarrete?
Your Honor, I need to speak to the state first. I think it's Ms. January's case. And Your Honor, I have an announcement for McCarter on the 2 o'clock calendar.
Yes.
For 2 cases. First case 04311. He's going to plead nolo to counts 1 to 4.
Okay.
And for the second case 08109, he's going to plead not guilty today.
Okay, so in the first case, he's pleading nolo to counts 1 and 4?
1, 2, 3, and 4.
Okay. And on the second one, what now?
Not guilty.
Okay. All right. All righty. One moment. Mr. Kamani, I'm going to put you in a breakout room with the state, and then I'm going to put you in a breakout room with Ms. McGee. And you said this is Ms. Janvier's case?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. And then I need to go back to Ms. Little. That's Ms. Baker's case?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. So let me put Mr. Kamani and Ms. Janvier in breakout room.
Excuse me, Your Honor.
Yes, Mr. McCarter.
So do I have to speak back with Mr. Kamani?
1 second. Mr. Kamani, do you need to speak with Mr. McCarter?
No, Your Honor. We are waiting to enter into a plea.
All right. So Mr. McCarter, just stay there because we got to do your first plea. The second one is going to be a not guilty, but the first one we have to do the plea. So hold on a second, okay?
Yes, ma'am. I'm sorry.
All right, no problem. Ms. Baker, Mr. Taylor, we're gonna finish up Ms. Little's case. So we were at the point where the court had gone through the case and you all didn't have a recommendation for count 3, follow to close.
Yes, Your Honor. Oh. Yes, Your Honor, that was the stopping point. Did you
Okay.
ask?
Can you tell me what it is?
Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, it's $100 fine suspended.
All right. So Miss Little, the court, you all have okay, so I have under the first offender, guilty on counts 1 and 3, count 2 will merge. And Miss Baker, may I have the recommendation, please? I mean, the factual basis, please.
Yes, Your Honor. On August 30th of 2020, officers responded to an accident report. At that time, officers found the defendant laying face down on the pavement by the driver's door, which was open. Upon further investigation, officers found the accident occurred because the defendant the victim was at a red light, stopped, and the defendant rear-ended their vehicle. When officers approached the defendant, they could smell a strong odor of alcohol, and it appeared that the defendant was pretending to be deceased. Officers read implied consent to Miss Little. At this time, she was under the age of 21. A state administered chemical test was requested for her blood, and she agreed. Test results came back to a 0.132. For count 1, the state is recommending 12 months.
You mean 0.132?
Yes, 0.132. I always say 0.
Okay, I got it.
Yes, Your Honor.
A decimal in the wrong place. All right, go ahead.
Okay, the state's recommendation is 12 months to serve 1 day. Credit for the time she has already served. 10 balance will be probated that she paid $300. She complete 40 hours of community service. She have no drugs or alcohol. She is subject to random testing. She complete a substance abuse evaluation and treatment and DUI risk reduction program.
Okay.
And for count 3, following too closely, it is a $100 fine suspended.
All right, Mr. Taylor, anything on behalf of Miss Little?
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Miss Little, how old are you?
22.
All right, so Miss Little, did you hear my when I fussed at the previous lady who had a DUI?
Yes, ma'am.
Do I have to fuss again?
No, you don't have to fuss again.
All right, because I'm telling you, Uber, Lyft, all of those things are available to you young people. We didn't have that in my day. You had to call your parents or somebody from your family, and then they would clown you and have a fit for the rest of your life. They'd never let you forget it. Uber and Lyft, all you have to do is pay them, and they'll take you safely to where you're going and safely to where you're coming back. I'm not advertising for Uber or Lyft, but I say it beats risking somebody else's life and risking your own life. We clear?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so let's let this be the last time that anything like this happens. I'm going to accept your plea, and I'll send you on count 1 to 12 months to serve 1 day, credit for time served. Balance will be probated for you to pay a fine in the amount of $300. So the 12 months on probation is going to be a $52 a month probation supervision fee. I think it's $52 a month. Last I checked. The $300 fine is going to be $440 with the surcharges. The 40 hours of community service, you'll have to do that. You're to have no alcohol or illicit drugs during the course of your probation, and you'll be subject to random screens for alcohol and drugs. You'll do a risk reduction course. That's going to cost you, I don't know how much, but it's pretty pricey. And then you'll do substance abuse evaluation and any treatment that may be ordered. That also is going to cost. Count 3 will run concurrent, meaning the same time as count 1. And that'll be a $100 fine suspended, meaning if you do whatever else is necessary on count 1, you don't have to worry about paying the $100 fine. Do you understand all of this?
Yes, ma'am.
The quickest way to get rearrested is to not report to probation. If you fail to report, an arrest warrant will come from my signature, okay? I'm going to put you in a breakout room with Mrs. Thomas. Mrs. Thomas is going to explain as much as she can about probation, and you can ask any questions that you have of her. Please make sure if you have any special situation that you feel like might come up, that you ask her and she'll explain it to you, okay?
Okay.
All right, you do not have to come back to the main room. Once you're done speaking with Mrs. Thomas, you just do what she directs you to do, okay?
Okay.
All right, thank you.
Yeah.
All right. All right. Let's see. Mr. Kamani, did you have any information at this time?
Your Honor, we are waiting on the plea of McCarter right now, and if you can put me in a breakout room with Eric Navarrete.
Okay. All right. So, Mr. McCarter. Where's Mr. McCarter?
Yes, yes,
All
Your
right,
Honor.
want to see you, please. Raise your right hand for me. You solemnly swear or affirm any testimony you give in this matter will be true.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, so for the record, you have two cases before the court. You're pleading to case 2021 CR 04311, the case 2021 CR 08109. You're entering a plea of not guilty. On that case, sir, you probably have bond conditions that were issued by the magistrate court. Please make sure you read those bond conditions and you adhere to them. If you fail to adhere to your bond conditions, you could have your bond revoked, and you could spend the rest of the time until your case is resolved in jail. You could be charged with a misdemeanor or a felony. Please make sure that if the other person who's listed on the bond condition contacts you, that you make a record of it and you tell your attorney, but you do not respond, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. So in the case ending in 04311, you're entering a plea of NOLO to speeding 35 plus miles an hour over the limit, tinting violation, littering on the highway, and too fast for conditions. By entering these pleas of NOLO, you give up the right to have a trial by jury or judge. You give up the right to have the state prove your guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. You give up the right to have the presumption of innocence in your favor. You give up the right to confront witnesses, subpoena witnesses, present testimony and evidence on your behalf, to not incriminate yourself or present any testimony or evidence against yourself. And if you're not a United States citizen, a plea of guilty or no contest could negatively impact your immigration status. Do you understand all of these things, Mr. McCarter?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Factual basis and recommendation. Also, Mr. Kamani, if you can contact Mr. Lee and tell him he needs to contact probation because I forgot to put him in the breakout room with Mrs. Thomas. All right. So, Mr. McCarter, okay, factual basis, please, Ms. Janvier.
Yes, Your Honor. On September 22nd, 2020, Mr. McCarter was stopped on I-675 Expressway and Grant Road in Clayton County for littering on the highway. He threw a lit cigarette out the driver window. He was additionally cited for the tinting violation and for speeding. So 105 miles per hour in a 65 mile per hour zone. So the state's recommendation for the speeding is $400 plus the defensive driving course. The tint is $25 suspended. The littering is $50 suspended. And too fast for conditions is $100.
All right.
Ms. Janvier, for the recommendation that I received for speeding 35 miles an hour, it's $50.
Yeah, I don't know.
35 miles and over is a $50 fine. How you get that, Mr. Kamani?
Well, like I explained to the officer,
Hold on, Mr. McCarter.
Yes, ma'am.
That's the recommendation I received.
I definitely tell you, I didn't originally write this recommendation, but I don't know why somebody probably would, it was 105 miles per hour.
I'm not comfortable with that recommendation, Mr. Kamani.
All right, Your Honor.
You want to go back to talk to Ms. John VA, that's fine, but I'm not comfortable with that.
Can I have a breakout room with Ms. Janvir?
All right, y'all are in breakout room number 5.
Your Honor.
Yes, Mr. Kamani?
Can I have a breakout room with Mr. Carter?
Yes. Mr. Kamani is going into breakout room number 2 with Mr. McCarter. Mr. McCarter, you're already set for breakout room number 2. Just go back in.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Mr. McCarter?
Yes, sir.
Can you join the breakout room?
I'm sorry. How do I do that?
At the bottom, you'll see breakout room as one of the options.
Touch your screen and it'll pop up.
Okay. Okay.
Hello.
Your Honor?
Yes, Mr. Kamani.
Yes, Your Honor. We can proceed with McCarter.
All right. So what's the recommendation for count 1?
$400 plus the defensive driving course.
All right. So, Mr. McCarter, I'm going to accept your plea of no load to counts 1, 2, 3, and 4. I'll sentence you to 12 months probation to do a defensive driving course and a $400 fine. The $400 fine is going to be closer to $600 with the surcharges. The defensive driving course, I don't want you to get fancy. You got to go on to the Department of Driver Services website, the Georgia Department of Driver Services, your license bureau. They have a pull down menu on there for driver improvement courses. That's what they call it now. So you'll find one of those that is close to you that is available to you, and you'll take one of those courses because they provide the recommendation and the paperwork that we recognize as a court. So on count 2, I'll run that concurrent with count 1. That's a $25 fine that'll be suspended. On count 3, a $50 fine that'll be suspended. And on count 4, it's a $100 fine that'll be $151.50. That will be run concurrent with count 1. So you'll have the 12 months to do the driver improvement course and the $400 fine plus the $100 fine plus the surcharges. But once you have completed all of those things, then the probation will terminate. The other thing is also you may get a notice from the Department of Driver Services about a super speeder. And if you do, they're going to ask you for an additional amount of money to keep your license from being suspended. That's not us. We report what happens from the criminal side to the Department of Driver Services, but that is a separate fee. And so I don't want you to be confused and think that, you've completed everything with us. You have, but not with them. Okay. All right, so sir, I'm going to put you in a breakout room with Mrs. Thomas. Mrs. Thomas is going to tell you everything you need to know about probation. And as soon as you've completed what's requested for the probation, then you'll be free to go, okay?
Well, can I have one question?
Yes, sir.
Do you know how much the notice from the department the DMV will be?
I thought it was $200, but I'm not sure. I can't promise you. And they will give you time to pay. They won't make you pay it right away, is my understanding, but they will give you time.
Okay, thank you. Let me join. Okay. And how much is the it was one more thing. How much was the you said I had to do 2 things, right?
Yeah, the driver improvement course, I don't know because there's different courses depending on where you are and which one you want to take. So they have different prices and they do them on different days.
Okay, thank you, Your Honor.
All right. You're welcome. Thank you, Mr. McCarter. And slow down for me, please.
I surely will.
Thank
Have
you.
a nice day, Your Honor.
You too. Mr. Kamani, you still have Mr. Minor and Miss McGee.
And Mr. Eric.
Oh, Mr. Navarrete. All right, so I'll put you in with Miss McGee, then Mr. Minor, and then Mr. Navarrete.
Okay.
All right, so Miss McGee, I'm gonna put you in breakout room number 2 with Mr. Kamani.
Excuse me, Your Honor. I just wanted to know, that concludes my business for today. I wanted to know whether I can be excused. You hopped off before I could ask.
Yeah, that's fine. And that's fine with Miss John DA. It's fine with me.
Yeah, I'm leaving her. I'm leaving y'all. Okay, thank you, Judge. It's been wonderful.
All right, thank you.
Your Honor.
Yes, Mr. Kamani.
I have an announcement for Ms. McGee.
Okay, go ahead.
She wants to plead not guilty.
All right, Ms. McGee.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so Ms. McGee, that you may have a bond condition that requires you to stay away from a certain person or a certain location. If you do, please make sure that you read it carefully and you observe those conditions. Do not have any contact with the particular person or persons. If you were to violate the bond condition, your bond could be revoked and you could spend the remainder of the time until your case is resolved in jail. You could also be charged with additional misdemeanors or felonies. Please keep in touch with your attorney. And if anything changes about your case, please, or your contact information, please let him know. And then he'll direct you as to how to update the court, okay?
Ma'am, me and Mr. Clark are married. So the bond condition of staying away, we've been married and in counseling for a year.
What's your point, ma'am?
You said that it could say something about not being in the same area or something like that.
Yes, ma'am. If it does, then if you and Mr. Clark are having contact, then you're in violation, which could result in your bond being revoked and you being put in jail, or you being charged with a misdemeanor or a felony.
Yes, ma'am. We're married and we live together in the same house.
What's your point, ma'am? I keep saying, what's your point? Because the fact that you're married and you live together, but you're here because y'all had some kind of issue, that tells me that y'all can't be married and live together peacefully. And until such time as this case is resolved, then you need district court and do what their bond condition says, unless you just want to go back to jail.
I don't want to go to jail, ma'am. It was 2 years ago, though, and we got mental health counseling, we got marriage counseling,
Okay,
couples counseling.
Did you go to the court and ask that the bond condition be changed?
No, ma'am, I didn't. I don't know anything about it.
Y'all
This is
just
my
went
first time.
ahead and y'all just started seeing each other in violation of the bond condition without doing any of those things. Without consulting your attorney, without anything. You just decided that you were going to fix it yourself, which if you could have done that, you probably wouldn't be before me.
Right. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so I'm going to leave you to discuss this with your attorney. I just call the balls and strikes. I don't have anything to do with that, but you need to talk with your attorney about that, and not right now because we need to finish this calendar, but call him this afternoon or tomorrow. Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, since you've been, as you're pretty much saying to me, violating the order of the magistrate court for as long as you've decided to do that. All right, so you're free to go at this time, ma'am. Also, Mr. Kamani, I'm gonna put you in a breakout room with Mr. Minor.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Mr. Minor, I'm gonna put you in breakout room number 1, and Mr. Kamani will be put in breakout room number 1, okay?
Your Honor, I didn't just violate intentionally or anything like that, being disrespectful. We went to counseling and thought we worked it out and got married. I didn't know I needed to really.
Miss Becky,
Mr. B, stop talking. But we give you paperwork. I used to be a magistrate court judge, so I know essentially what they do. They give you paperwork and they tell you to read it, and everything you need to know is on the paperwork. So, and it says order at the top, which means it is an order from the court. So if you fail to read it and adhere to it and pay attention to it, then that's up to you. That's all we can do. But I'm telling you that there are consequences that go with you not adhering to a court order. Now, like I said, you need to talk to your attorney about this, okay? Not me.
Yes, ma'am.
Free to go at this time. Devontae Minor is in the breakout room. Mr. Kamani, you need to join.
Your Honor,
Yes, sir.
I have an announcement for a minor.
Okay, what's your announcement, sir?
He's going to plead nolo.
All right. Mr. Minor, raise your right hand for me.
Yes, ma'am.
Solemnly swear or affirm any testimony you give in this matter will be true.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm sorry. There you are. Mr. Minor, you can put your hand down. You're before the court on 2021 CR 04310 for Devontae Malik Minor. You're represented by Mr. Kamani, who's here with you on the call. You're entering a plea of nolo to criminal trespass. By doing that, you give up the right to have a trial by jury or judge. You give up the right to have the state prove your guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. You give up the right to have the presumption of innocence in your favor. You give up the right to confront witnesses, subpoena witnesses, present testimony and evidence on your behalf, to not incriminate yourself or present any testimony or evidence against yourself. And if you're not a United States citizen, a plea of guilty or no contest could negatively impact your immigration status. Did you understand all of these things, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, factual basis and recommendation, please.
Yes, Your Honor. On October 19th, 2020, an officer was dispatched to 1792 Old Dogwood Road in Jonesboro, Georgia, Clayton County. And the officer was met with the victim, Gabriella Watkins, who advised that the defendant was beating on her door and had unbolted the doorknob of the door room. She had asked him to leave the room several times. The defendant did advise that he unbolted the doorknob of the victim's door because she was refusing to open the door. The state is recommending for the criminal trespass that the defendant have 12 months to serve, 2 days credit for time served, and the balance be suspended.
Okay, who's Gabriella Watkins?
She's my ex, but we're friends. Like, we've always been friends. It's just we had a disagreement that day, and she was going back to her mother's house that day. And the night before, it was just an argument, and it became until the morning. So I tried to rush the process, and it was.
How old are you, Mr. Minor?
24.
Lord bless.
Yes,
Okay, so
ma'am.
Mr. Minor, there's something that my sister-in-law says called 20 stupid.
Yes, ma'am.
We make some dumb decisions in our 20s. I'm not immune from that. I just happen to be old enough to not remember most of them. But
Yes, ma'am.
sir, especially in relationships where you're either dealing with friends or you're dealing with romance, you gotta think carefully through these things. You understand?
Yes, ma'am.
You gotta walk yourself through. At some point, you gotta take a deep breath, step outside, go around the corner, and walk yourself through this, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, so you can make better decisions. I'm gonna accept your plea. I'll sentence you to 12 months to serve 2 days, credit for time served. The balance will be suspended. All right?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, you're free to go at this time, Mr. Minor. Think before you act.
Yes, ma'am. I have a question.
Yes, sir.
With all I know I like bonded myself out. How does that go towards that?
Oh, yeah. Good question, Mr. Minor. I'm sorry, I meant to mention that. So,
You're
Mr.
fine.
Minor, you are gonna be able to go to the jail. Probably go tomorrow or later or next week.
Yeah, everything all right.
And then they'll have your information in the computer system. So they'll see that your case has been resolved. And then you can start the process of getting your refund on your bond, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, so if you have any trouble, if they can't see it in the computer, you can come to the clerk's office in the main building in the Justice Center and get your paperwork on the first floor. But they should be able to pull it up in the computer and see that we've resolved your case. And because of that, you should be able to get a refund on your bond, okay?
Yes, ma'am. Am I so am I fine? I'm good and everything now?
Yes, sir.
Thank you so much. Y'all have a great day.
All right, think before you act, Mr. Minor.
Excuse me, Your Honor.
Yes, Mr. McCarter.
Okay, I had two cases, so do I stay on for
No,
the
no,
second?
Mr. Carter, the second case, remember I told you that before we did the plea? The second case, you're entering a plea of not guilty. Do not have any contact with anyone who's on your bond condition. Do you understand?
Yes, ma'am. I
All
just
right.
wanted to make sure I was good before I leave.
I got you. You're free to go at this time. And the last case that we have is Navarrete.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Resto.
Is that him, Judge?
Yeah, I believe so. Hold on, Mr.
Okay.
Resto. Let me get Mr. Kamani to Mr. Navarrete, and then I'll come back to you, okay? All right, so Mr. Kamani and Mr. Navarrete, I'll put you in breakout room number 1. Mr. Resto, it's my understanding that you and Mr. Castaneda parted ways with respect to him representing you. Can you hear me, sir? Am I frozen again?
Can you hear me?
No.
Yeah, I hear you, Mr. Resto. I think I was frozen for a moment. So it's my understanding that you and Mr. Castaneda have parted ways with respect to your case.
Yeah. Did he file a motion to withdraw?
Yeah.
Okay.
Did you want to go forward without an attorney representing yourself?
Yeah, it seems like the attorneys that the state appoints me, they have a very hard time of like listening to their clients, like what they have to say. Like I had a conversation with him for like maybe 5 minutes, and he was very like wanted to do what he wanted to do. He didn't want to hear what I had, or he was just telling me like I was raising concerns about the state came off of my bond, and I was trying to figure out why they came off of my bond when I show up for court. I gave him no reason to come off my bond, and he said,
So when you say come off your bond, the bonding company has to do that, not the state. So I'm not sure. Like,
well, they filed
happened.
a motion to come off my bond. That's what he stated.
Okay, is that Free at Last or Atlanta Clayton bonding?
No, not Free at Last. It
So
was.
I have that you.
He stated that the state filed a motion with your court stating that they wanted to come off my bond to where basically I would have warrant on me.
Okay, Miss Janvier, do you have any outstanding bench warrants for Mr. Resto? I don't recall signing any, but I may have.
Did the state file any motions in regards to that?
No.
Okay, so just one moment, Your Honor, I didn't know that he was back. I'd already given the file to my assistant. She said she had just sent off the bench warrant to you as well, I think, so.
I didn't think.
Okay.
All right, so yeah, Mr. Resto, you're here, so I haven't signed anything yet.
Okay. Does the state have any intentions on trying to come off my bond?
No, so sir, they don't come off your bond unless you fail to appear. My understanding is you had a medical excuse for being late today, so you contacted
I'm
Ms. Val.
I'm actually still at the hospital. I just had a minor surgery.
Okay, so Ms. Val has allowed you to come on to the call today because she knew that you had a medical issue. So we can deal with your case today, or we can give you a continuance until December 6th, but nobody's coming off the bond and the bench warrant will not be signed.
Okay. I want to handle this today. It's kind of been lingering over my head for some years now. I'm really tired of it. And but I hear that the state is trying to like give me like 10 days in jail, and that would like absolutely ruin my business, my life.
So
I have a 2-year-old son, and I'm a single father.
But listen to me carefully. So here's the thing about at least one of the charges that you have on both cases, which is the driving on suspended or revoked license. That's what we call a statutory charge, which means that the penalty is set in the law. So the state can't really deviate from that. So if it asks for 10 days, then it's mandatory. And you got 2 of those charges, which is why I keep giving you counsel, because they know how to explain it and they know what to request for the best effect in your case. The only thing I can tell you is that with you having a driving on a suspended or revoked license on the case, the 2019 case, and then another one on the 2020 case, then what's going to happen, generally, what I've seen happen in the past, not particularly with you, is that if you plead a nolo to one case, you still have to plead a guilty to the other. That'll still be a second in 5 years or more if you have other driving on suspended or revoked license. And the statute is set. So the first time is, I believe, 12 months to serve 48 hours, a $500 fine. They can give you credit for time served or suspend the service of the 48 hours if they wish to. The second time is 12 months to serve 10 days, then a $1,000 fine. The third time is 12 months, 10 days mandatory. So you have to spend the 10 days in jail, and then a $1,500 fine. And the fourth time is a felony. So have I explained it properly?
Yeah, but see, Judge, in my situation is okay. I got the documentation from the Alabama motor vehicle department. See,
Okay.
I'm actually an Alabama citizen.
Hold
and
on,
I was
Mr.
traveling.
Resto. Hold on. Let me put you in a breakout room with me and the state so we can hear what you're saying, but we're not putting it all out there in case you want to make a different decision, okay?
Okay. Well, I have no absolute reason to lie, and I really believe
No,
that.
no, it's not
I can be
that,
vindicated.
sir. This is what I would do if you had an attorney who was representing you, okay? So this is called a pre.
Yeah, but I just honestly believe that when you're just being truthful, there's really no need for attorneys when you're just being honest about your situation.
Okay, and that's fine. All I'm saying is I'm giving you the opportunity for a pretrial. That's what I would do for anybody, attorney or not, okay? So, Ms. Baker, is this your case or is this Miss Janvier's case?
I believe this is Ms. Janvier, but I would like to be added to the breakout room.
Okay, no problem. So Ms. Janvier is in breakout room number 5. I'm gonna put Mr. Resto in breakout room number 5. Then Ms. Baker, I'll put you in breakout room number 5, and then I'll join. All right, so Mr. Resto, if you'll join, and I'll be in there in a moment. Okay, so Mr. Resto's there. All right, everybody's there. I'm joining. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we've resolved all of the cases. Mr. Resto's case will be continued until December 6th. That's the first and second case. And at this time, unless I'm missing something, I believe we've completed all of the cases on this calendar.
Your Honor,
Yes, Mr. Kamani.
one case is pending, Mr. Eric Navarrete.
Oh, Mr. Navarrete. Okay, what's the announcement on Mr. Navarrete?
Is going to plead nolo.
Okay, Miss, on which one, 3 or 4?
On 4, and 3
Mr.
will be dismissed.
Navarrete, raise your right hand for me. You solemnly swear or affirm any testimony you give in this matter will be true.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, you can put your hand down. Mr. Navarrete, you're before the court on 2021 CR 04899. Mr. Kamani is representing you. This is loitering or prowling and criminal trespass. You're entering a plea of nolo to criminal trespass. Loitering or prowling will be null pros. By entering this plea, you give up the right to have a trial. You give up the right to have the state prove your guilt beyond a reasonable doubt and the presumption of innocence in your favor. You give up the right to present testimony and evidence on your behalf, to not incriminate yourself. And if you're not a United States citizen, a plea of guilty or no contest could negatively impact your immigration status. Do you understand all of these things?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Factual basis recommendation, please.
Yes, Your Honor. On Wednesday, June 17th, 2020, officer received a notification from the Clayton County Police Department that there were 5 male subjects that were detained at a school location. When they attempted to speak to them, they ran. The state is recommending for the loitering and prowling to null pros, and for the criminal trespass, 12 months to serve 2 days, credit for time served, balance to be suspended, and for do not return to the location.
All right, Mr. Kamani, anything else on behalf of Mr. Navarrete?
Nothing further, Your Honor.
All right, so Mr. Navarrete, I'm going to accept your plea. Count 3 will be no pros. Count 4 is a no-low plea. 12 months to serve 2 days, credit for time served. Balance will be suspended as long as you do not go back to the incident location. Do you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, thank you. All right, this concludes our calendar.
Judge,
Yes.
is John Bolden still on? Is that case resolved?
That was a bench warrant.
He's on the call now. He's on. You see him?
I see him. Oh my. Mr. Bolden? Mr. Bolden?
Your Honor, I got a question. Can I excuse myself now?
Yes, you may.
Okay, you have a good day.
You too. Mr. Bolden?
I'm a girl, sorry.
I'm
I ain't know how to work
sorry.
this thing. It's okay.
When did you get to court, Miss Bolden?
At 3.
Okay, the calendar started at 2. Where were you?
I was here at work.
Okay.
I apologize. I thought it started at 3. I wasn't aware it started at 2. I had my alarm set and everything.
All right, so ma'am, you're before the court for no signal, no improper turn, improper lane change, and no insurance. The no insurance charge, if you do not have a NOLO available to you, that could suspend your license. Do you wish to have an attorney, or do you wish to speak directly to the state and represent yourself?
I can represent myself.
All right, are you over 21?
I am.
Okay, Miss Baker, could you give me a recommendation for the case for Miss Bolden?
Yes, Your Honor. I put her in the bench warrant file, so let me go grab it.
All right, thank you.
I'm back, Your Honor.
Go ahead, ma'am.
For the first count, no turn signal, it is a $50 fine. For no insurance, it is a $200 fine. And improper lane change, we are moving to dismiss.
Okay, is she NOLO eligible?
Yes, she's NOLO eligible for both.
Okay, so Ms. Bolden, the NOLO plea, if you're willing to enter a no contest plea, then that allows you to avoid points on your license. And also in the no insurance case, it would allow you to avoid a suspension of your license.
Okay.
Yes. All right, and then the third charge would be null pros. Did you want to enter a plea of not guilty, which would mean you would go to trial at a later date, or guilty or no contest, NOLO?
No contest, NOLO.
Okay, by entering a plea of NOLO to counts 1 and 2, you give up the right to have a trial. Oh, I'm sorry, raise your right hand for me.
Oh, sorry.
You solemnly swear or affirm any testimony you give in this matter will be true.
I do.
All right. By entering a plea of NOLO, you give up the right to have a trial by jury or judge. You give up the right to have the state prove your guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. You give up the right to have the presumption of innocence in your favor. You give up the right to confront witnesses, subpoena witnesses, present testimony and evidence on your behalf, to not incriminate yourself or present any testimony or evidence against yourself. And if you're not a United States citizen, a plea of guilty or no contest could negatively impact your immigration status. Do you understand all of these things, Ms. Bolden?
Yes.
All right. Factual basis?
Yes, Your Honor. On April 6th of 2021, on South Main Street, at the intersection of South Main Street and Terra Boulevard, the defendant did fail to turn her signal on before turning. Officers made a routine traffic stop, and at that time, they found out she was operating the vehicle without effective insurance. The state is recommending for count 1, no turn signal, a $50 fine. For count 2, no insurance, it is a $200 fine. And we are dismissing count 3, improper lane change.
All right. So, Ms. Bolden, I'm going to accept your plea of NOLO to counts 1 and 2. Count 3 will be no prost. I'll sentence you to pay a fine in the amount of $50 on count 1. That's going to be $83.25 with the surcharges. Count 2, the fine is $200. The total will be $298 with the surcharges. And I'll give you 60 days in which to pay. Do you need more than that, ma'am?
Nope, that's fine.
Okay, so I'll run count 2 concurrent with count 1, so you'll be able to pay both of those within the 60 days. Now, this is the last thing I'm going to ask you to do. If you will go to the chat function, do you know how to do that?
Yeah.
Okay, send your email address to Brenda Castaneda. So when you see everyone in blue, click on that. It should bring a pull down menu and you should see Brenda Castaneda's name.
Okay, Brenda, okay.
All right, send her your email. Make sure you check it twice to make sure all the numbers and letters are in place. And then once you have sent that to her, you'll be free to go. Just make sure you pay on or before the date that's specified in your paperwork. And you can also pay online or by phone, and that information will be in the email, okay?
Okay, thank you so much.
All right, Ms. Bolden, thank you.
All right, y'all have a good day.
All right, you're free to go once you send the email.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Judge, on
Yes.
Jonathan Barron, it appears that case at 10 o'clock pleaded on 9/14.
Okay. Well, I had that it pled, but it seems like there's a SSD pending. So he'll go on the next
Yes.
SSD.
Yeah, that'll eventually come up. And then the restitution hearing for Gunther.
Uh-huh.
That's going to be November 9th at 3.
Okay.
And then at 10 o'clock, the only one we had that was a conflict, if I'm not mistaken, was it Barry?
Yes, I
Jackson?
believe so.
Okay, so I sent you a conflict for that, and I think that's it. And then anything else, the set aside, we just make sure we get the set aside. So Carlos Hernandez.
Yes, Your Honor, I will be getting that to you all.
All right, so lawyers, everybody else is free to go. I'm just talking to the lawyers. Lawyers, we can't keep going back and forth and talking to the state and going back and forth and trying to figure out what the recommendation is and what it's not. Let's try and be clear in what we send in writing. If you don't understand it, immediately respond and say, hey, I don't understand. But let's be clear and let's not keep going back and forth and going into breakout rooms, because we had a calendar. Our last calendar was at 2, it's 4:45. So let's try and be more efficient with respect to how we get the information between the parties. All right. Thank you. I'll see y'all on Tuesday. Your Honor.
Your
Yes,
Honor,
ma'am.
briefly, I'm sorry to cut in. I understand Mr. Resto is on this calendar.
Yeah, so Mr. Resto is adamant that he has information that will show that he had a license on the date he was pulled over. So I continued this case to December 6th. I told him if he finds that information, then send it into the state. Otherwise, then he's going to go to trial on it, because it's either that, if you're not willing to take a plea. But then he said he was willing to take a plea. He just doesn't want to do jail time, and he would like credit for any time that he's already served. So I said that's up to the state.
Is he pro se on both
Yes,
cases?
he is
now?
pro se. He
On both
fired
cases?
Mr.
He
Castaneda.
fired. Okay. Will he be in person come the next calendar?
That is my understanding, but Ms. Val, if the notice goes out to Mr. Resto, can we verify that we want him in person?
Yes.
Mr. Resto, my understanding from what Mr. Resto reported to my office was that he was in a hospital or getting out of a hospital today.
Yes.
Well.
So my dealings with Mr. Resto from the past indicate that there's something there. That's all I know.
Yes.
I'm not sure whether there's a ongoing situation, whether there's a treatment, I don't know. But I do know that there are some times when he's way more agreeable and lucid than other times.
Okay. Very good. Thank you.
That's been my understanding. Okay. All right. So when he's on that agreeable lucid thing, I try and work with him.
Okay.
Okay.
Whew.
Thank you.
Thank you,
You're
Judge.
welcome. All right. Thank y'all. All right.